inviting all the legislators to come to the chambers so we can begin. I'm calling the legislature to order. Ask Legislator Bill Gaylord to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, if everyone would please rise, face the flag. Join me by saying, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remain standing for one moment. Just a moment of silence for Morgan Walsh, the daughter of Kevin Walsh, one of our deputy county attorneys, who lost her life tragically this past week. Thank you. We are reconvening the recessed meeting of January 27, 2020 for one small item of business. Resolution 10 of 2020 as to procedure. It's a resolution to establish a committee on aircraft noise. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Birnbaum. Any questions from the legislators? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Now I need a motion from Legislator McKevitt, seconded by Legislator Lafazette, to adjourn the January 27th meeting. All in favor? All opposed, carries unanimously. That meeting is adjourned. Now we're just going to go into the Noise Abatement Committee itself to adopt the rules of procedure. So the actual title of the committee is the Aircraft Noise Abatement Committee. I might as well call the roll. Legislator Lafazette, Legislator Szilagyi, Legislator Ranking Member Birnbaum, Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, Legislator Schaefer, Legislator Gaylor. I'm here, so we have a quorum. The first item is a resolution number 1 of 2020 as to procedure. It is a resolution to adopt a proposed statement of purpose for the Aircraft Noise Abatement Committee pursuant to the rules of procedure of the Nassau County Legislature. Moved by Legislator Birnbaum, seconded by Legislator Coppell. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Second item is a resolution number 2 as to procedure, a resolution to adopt the rules of procedure for the Aircraft Noise Abatement Committee pursuant to the rules of procedure of the Nassau Legislature. Moved by Legislator Lafazette, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion on that item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, the rules of procedure are adopted. Motion to adjourn by Legislator Szilagyi, seconded by Legislator Gaylor. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Let's see. Motion by Legislator Schaefer. Did I say that already? No. Okay. I was unopposed? Okay. So the meeting's adjourned. Sorry. I got distracted. We will be starting the Rules Committee in a couple of moments. We're doing the contracts first. right, let's start off with the Rules Committee. Mr. Mike Pulitzer.
Thank you, Chairman. Rules Committee roll call. Legislator Sheila Bino. Legislator Delia DeRigi-Whitten. Ranking Member Kavan Abrahams. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Howard Copel. Thank you. Chairman Richard Nicolello.
Here.
We have a quorum, sir.
All right, thank you very much. We do the contracts first for the Rules Committee, and then adjourn for the rest of the committees to do the other items. Just so that everyone knows, if they're here for these contracts, they will not be called today. First off is the contract with EA Restoration, Inc., which is B5 of 2020. And we are also not calling E18 of 2020, which is a contract with Family and Children's Services. Both of those contracts, there are reviews going on or have been completed by the Inspector General, so there's some additional questions. All right, now I'm going to call the contracts that we'll be discussing today. I'm going to call them all at once, and then we're going to group them. A4, 2020, a resolution authorizing the Commissioner of Shared Services to award and execute a purchase order between the County of Nassau and Polaris Sales, Inc. B2 and B3 of 2020, resolutions authorizing the County Executive to award and execute contracts between the County and High-Tech Air Conditioning Services, Inc. and Wellsbach Electric Corp. of Long Island. E9, E10, E11, E12, E13, E14, E15, E16, E17, E19, E20, E22, E23, E24, E25, E26, E27, E28, E30, E31, E32. These are resolutions authorizing the County Executive to execute personal services agreement between the county, personal services agreements or amendments to personal services agreements between the county and the following: West Group Law, New York Coalition for Belt Use, Inc., Leadership Training Institute, Inc., Nassau County Vocational Education and Extension Board, Kaufman, Dalowitz, and Volok, RTR Financial Services, Brycer, LLC, Hardesty and Hanover Construction Services, EAC, Inc., Nassau Healthcare Corporation, Family Focus Adoption Services, Aetna Life Insurance Company, Lero Program and Construction Management, M&J Engineering, Smith and Drake Realty Corp., Conway Farrell Curtin and Kelly, Albrecht, Vigiano, Zurich and Company, Association for the Community Parent Center, Inc. Moreover, we will do an E21 of 2020, which is a resolution making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the county executive to execute a use and occupancy agreement with Scuden Surf, Inc. Lastly, a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an amendment to a use and occupancy agreement between the county and Allen's Fair, Inc., DBA Nassau Craft Shows. We have a motion for all those items by Legislator DeRigi-Whitten, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. So now all the contracts are before the committee. First one we're going to call up is A4 of 2020 for Polaris Sales.
Sorry. Good afternoon. Deputy Inspector Greg Stefanoff from the Police Department. Item A4 of 20 is to authorize and award a purchase order for ATV vehicles for the Nassau County Police Department with Polaris. The price is $178,536.76. It's paid for by Asset Forfeiture Bureau. These vehicles are going to be used in major events with large crowds. These vehicles can get around where there are crowds where cars and SUVs are not able to travel. Among other things, one of the benefits is like an aided case. We could get the vehicle in. It'll hold a stretcher in the back. It'll hold a medic as well, and you'll be able to get an aided case out in large events. Also, we're going to deploy them for aided cases on the beach. They'll be able to drive on sand and be utilized in that respect. We're ordering 4 vehicles equipped with emergency lighting and equipment to be deployed by the police department.
Right, just this is an established use or appropriate use of the 4-foot aperture?
Yes, it is. We don't have any of these vehicles currently.
Okay. Do you know, I don't know if you would know this, you might not be the right person, but could we use those same funds for, say, the sheriff's offices or the corrections?
I can inquire.
Okay.
It is our asset funds from the cases we work. I believe it is to enhance the police department,
All right, so
but I can always inquire.
All right, we'll follow up.
You said
with that.
sheriffs and,
Basically the sheriff's department, whether it's the deputy sheriff serving at the jail or the ones that actually do the civil service.
okay.
Okay. Legislative Division Whitten.
Thank you. I know you're aware of this, but I just wanted to put it on the record that there was a claim back in 2018 where it sounds like one of the vehicles caught on fire.
Yes.
I understand there aren't many companies that make these, and I know there's a risk of the, we all know off-road vehicles, you have to know what you're doing, or they could flip. But this one, it just seems like it just combusted, so supposedly, it was 2018, supposedly we do have an email saying that they did make the corrections, but I wanted to make sure that, we had it on the record that this was a not so far distant claim, and we want to make sure that the vehicles are safe for the police officers.
Yeah, we are aware of it. We looked into it. We're buying the law enforcement and military line. I looked this morning, and there's no recalls on it. The company agreed with the Consumer Product Safety Commission that they will maintain an enhanced compliance program to ensure compliance with the agency, and they agreed to also notify us of any problems immediately. We're okay with this purchase, and we also reached out. Other agencies use this throughout the country. We reached out to two agencies out of state, and they're completely satisfied with the use of these vehicles.
Okay, great. Again, we wanted to make sure that you were fully aware.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions? More questions? No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next group of contracts are with the Public Works Department, so we'll go through those now. First one would be B2 2020, which is a contract with High Tech Air Conditioning Service.
Good afternoon, Ken Arnold, Public Works. B2 is our requirements HVAC contract. We had two proposals, and High Tech was found to be the lowest responsible bidder. This contract is used to address emergency issues and time-critical issues for air conditioning, heating, and ventilating.
Okay. Any questions? Legislative Division Whitten.
Hi, Ken. How are you?
Good.
We had a question about the different compliance with minority and women-owned numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just verify what you have as the official numbers?
I believe there's no official numbers. This is a task order-driven contract, so based on the work that's assigned, if they need to bring a subcontractor in, then we would look at their outreach for MWBE firms.
Okay. I know that they mentioned that it's a family-run business and that they don't have titles, but do you know approximately how many people they have working for them, or?
No, I do not, but I know that they run multiple projects for us, so I would assume their workforce is fairly significant because they not only cover this work, they also win most of our heating and ventilating projects.
Right. That's why I think it would behoove them, make us feel better if we, to say that they're going to use best efforts is, a little bit vague. Like, maybe there's a way to even have them follow up once any subcontractors awarded or anything, just to give us those final numbers.
Well, they don't know, in this contract, they do not know the scope of work. They generally know it's going to be heating and ventilating.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the work they self-perform. There could be some instances where they need to bring subcontractors in, and that would be the case when we would look at best efforts on those subcontractors.
Okay, so you're going to take that into consideration when you're dealing with the subcontractors?
Yeah, we ask them for best efforts if they identify a sub for part of their work.
And so you're going to see the percentage before the subcontractors are hired, or not?
Well, say they have a task order to deal with heating at a police precinct. If they need to bring a sub in, we would ask them to show that they did outreach in addition to the sub that they may select. If it's not an MWB, we're going to say, well, did you reach out to certain firms and go through with them that they did their good faith effort?
Okay, that's good, because I think to say best effort is a little uncomfortable with that as the final answer.
It's good faith
but
effort. They have to show that they did the outreach.
I'm glad that you're going to be following up with the subcontractors. Thank you.
Any other questions? Nope. All right, let's move to B3, Wellsback Electric Corp.
B3 is associated with the installation of variable message signs at various locations in the county. This was previously tabled by the legislature due to concerns from Legislator Rhodes. We've met with the legislator and we've removed some locations from the project. This project is reimbursed at a 80% level by New York State.
Do we have any questions? Legislator Rhodes?
Yeah, Mr. Arnold, Commissioner Arnold, there's two additional, I wasn't the only one that had expressed concerns. There was a concern with regard to the westbound Merrick Road at Park Boulevard location in Massapequa that was raised by Legislator Kennedy. Is there any plan to remove that, or has there been any discussion regarding removal?
Not to my knowledge. I'd have to talk to my project manager. Right now we have just the 5 locations that we identified in our memo to you.
Okay.
We have not looked, we would assume that most of the locations are okay. If there's other concerns, we can sit down with that contract before we issue a notice to proceed.
And the other concern that was raised was with respect to eastbound Merrick Road at the Meadowbrook Parkway in Freeport. My understanding is that the mayor's office may have some concerns with that, based on some outreach that I had made. So that's another potential second location that we need to take a look at. What's our is there a time frame within which we have to get this project moving?
I know that any state-funded jobs have an obligation time frame where they could de-obligate the money. This project is probably already past that time where we'd have to ask for re-obligation. So I wouldn't tell you today that there's a hard time frame, but state, they have they have performance criteria, the state, and they look fondly on us if we don't proceed with our projects in a timely fashion. So I would want to get to the bottom of what we're going to do with this project.
Is this something that, and I don't know what the chairman of the Rules Committee would consider, is this something that we might be able to work out in the next 2 weeks?
Yes, if we need to get together and further discuss locations on the signage, we can do that. We can do it whether you pass it or not pass it, because once you pass it, we can hold off on notice of award until this is resolved, or because we're not locked into the contract until we issue notice of award.
Thank you, Ken.
I think we probably would rather, it's only a short 2-week period. I think we'd rather get the locations, clarified before we give our approval.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So, our intention in 2 weeks we have a full legislative meeting. Our intention is to have a Rules Committee meeting that day.
Okay. If you want to, I can just have, if legislative, if you just reach out to Jeff Linger, my project manager,
Absolutely.
And get whoever you need at the table, and we'll go through that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Sure. Legislator Bino.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Hi, Mr. Arnold.
Hello?
Can we have the amended list? Because apparently the list that we had originally has been amended by way of conversation with Legislator Rhodes.
Yeah, we'll provide whatever the final decision is after we meet with the legislator. We'll provide the amended list.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider it then final. I think we need to look at the list, because if you're making changes and we're not aware of it, I think we need to be able to look at it. I think in fairness to all the other legislators, we need to be able to look at what changes are being made. So I'd like to see the original scope with the locations of the sign, the amended list for consideration, not final, in consideration.
Understood.
Thank you.
Minority Leader Abrahams.
Ken, just a quick question. So we noticed in the backup that the engineer's estimate was for $4.7 million.
Yes.
And the contract before us, which always is good when we see less than the engineer's estimate, is 2.3. Just want to make sure and understand why the engineer's estimate is 50% less than the contract. No, it's less. Why is the contract 50% less than the engineer's estimate?
I'd have to go back to my notes, but our engineer would have addressed that. We would not award a contract if we felt the contractor could not finish the job based on their estimate. I believe, if I go by memory, it was something to do with the foundations. Our engineer thought the price was much more expensive for the foundations to hold these cantilever poles, and the contractors came in with the cheaper cost.
So the scope hasn't changed. We're not getting a lesser product.
No, the scope, the bid that's currently in includes all the locations. We would eliminate the locations as part of a change order once we start the job.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, President Officer.
Thanks. We have a motion to table by Legislator Rhodes, a second by Legislator Bino. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the contract is tabled. B6, which is with, again, high-tech air conditioning service.
B6 is a construction contract for the renovation of the HVAC and fire alarm systems at the rifle range. This is phase 2 of a 4-phase program to renovate that facility. We had only one response to the bid. 25 vendors did view the bids. We did do our due diligence and asked why nobody proposed. It was just due to the type of work, and we have an issue in this county with getting HVAC firms to propose on contracts. We are working on that to try to increase that in the future. Yes, and HVAC, we went through their bid proposal, and it's acceptable within our engineer's estimate.
Why would we have difficulty with one specific, mechanical service, HVAC, as opposed to others?
In talking to the various vendors, I believe it's our payment. A lot of they don't want to deal with us on payment. Bonding is an issue for some of these firms also. They don't have the large bonding capacity that we require.
Okay. Any questions? That seems to be a common refrain, the payment to the end of it. Number 10 is the with New York Coalition for Transportation Safety.
I'll yield it to Chris Mistron.
Okay, that's not you.
Number 10, Christopher Mistron, Director of National Challenge Traffic Safety, Stop DWI Coordinator. This contract is with New York Coalition for Transportation Safety. This money is used to provide education assistance into the school programs, as well as some of the bike programs that are done within the different districts, as well as administrative assistance in the scheduling and distribution of materials.
This has a longer term, which is good. It'll be
Correct.
in place for until 2020.
This is part of the response to prior contracts. We're now doing multiples, too, so we don't run into any future problems.
All right, sounds good. Any questions for Chris? Is this all you have, Chris, or you have another one on?
That's it.
This is it, okay. All right, thanks. Move on to E17, which is, again, Public Works. That's a contract with Hardesty and Hanover. Actually, you might as well do E17 and E24 together because it's both involving the same vendor.
All right, thank you. Ken Arnold, Public Works. E17 is a contract amendment with Hardesty and Hanover. It is not retroactive. The contract expires at the end of this, in the middle of this month. This is associated with our bridge painting contract. We had a contract painting both Glenn Curtis and Charles Lindbergh Bridge. During the painting operation, DOT did a number of inspections over the 2-year period and issued us with red and yellow flags, which require immediate things to be addressed. We requested Hardesty and Hanover to address those things within the contract to do the bridge painting, which is why we need the extension and the additional work.
Okay. Any questions? Let's go to the next one, E24.
E24 is a design contract for resurfacing Phase 70, or otherwise known as the Westbury Avenue project. This project had 10 proposals received, professional services. Hardesty and Hanover was the highest technically ranked and cost-effective proposal at $405,000. They will be looking at what we can do with this road to increase the use and open it up, whether it's parking, ADA access, and a number of other items. They're proposing 26% MWBE on the project.
Any questions? Nope. All right, let's do E25. Lero.
E25 is a construction management contract, professional services for Cedar Creek electrical distribution. We had four proposals on this. Lero was found to be the high technically ranked and best value proposal. They are proposing 15% MWBE on that services.
Any questions on E25? All right, E26, another one with Hardesty in Hanover.
Yes, E26 is the construction management professional services for the Bayville Bridge project. Bayville Bridge was, the contract itself was recently passed, so was the bond ordinance. This is the CM services. We had five bid proposals on, this professional service. Hardesty and Hanover was found to be most technically ranked and best value at $2 million. This contract is reimbursed up to 80% through New York State TIP program, and they're proposing 20% MWBE.
Questions from the legislators? Move on to E27.
E27 is another construction management services contract for the Milburn Creek Bridge rehab. It's not really a bridge, it's a culvert, but it's referred to as a bridge because of its span. It crosses Merrick Road just south of Milburn Pond. This was a grant we received from the Bridge New York program. This is for, like I said, CM services. We received 7 proposals, and M&J Engineering was the highest technically ranked best value for this project. It should be noted that M&J is a MBE firm, but in addition, they are still proposing on top of that 34% MWBE subcontracts to this.
Good. Any questions on this one? All right. Legislator Schaefer.
Sorry, hi Ken, I just have a quick question on the Westbury Avenue project, of course,
Yes.
because we'll be asking you anyway. Do you have any idea when, if this passes today, how long before they would be, brought in and they would start doing some work on it?
Typically, once it gets through today, it goes to the comptroller. That could be usually around a month. Then it would go to NIFA, which is about a week. So I would hope in about 6 to 7 weeks, we would be able to issue a notice to proceed and have our initial kickoff meeting,
Okay, great. Thank
which we
you.
would include your office.
Thank you.
Legislator Bino.
It's not on this item, but it was on one that was called
Sure.
earlier. Thank you, I appreciate it. Ken, the DOT came out, you said, and there was some red and yellow
Yeah.
flags. Could you,
Yes. So what happens, all our bridges are inspected annually, I believe it's annually, by the DOT. A red flag is something that has to be dealt with immediately. A yellow flag, we have a little bit of time. In both cases, there were bridge bearing issues for the bridge. If you had driven over, I think it's called Charles Lindbergh, we had cones out there for about a year because we had to close actually one lane of traffic due to the bearing condition until it was addressed. So that's what we did at the project.
so we're going to do the work under the bridge painting contract?
The work was-
It sounds like,
It's a bridge painting contract. It also has other items in the contract that we can address, things that come up as an allowance. We did go back to New York State DOT and get a change order approved through them. They're funding the additional work as part of the 80% reimbursement, and it was the most expeditious way we could address the bridge issues.
okay. Could I get a little more detail, and it doesn't have to be right now, but on the bridges, the conditions that they found when they came out,
Sure.
beyond just the bearing issue at Charles Lindbergh? Thank you.
Anyone else on the legislature have any other questions for Ken? Not at this time. You're going to stick around for public comment, right, Ken? Okay, thanks. We will be calling public comment after all of the contracts have been heard, but before we vote. County Attorney's Office will be the next several contracts. Will be E9 of 20, which is the first one will be West Group Law, PLLC. Someone here from the County Attorney's Office? Yes.
Good afternoon, legislators. Brian Libber from the County Attorney's Office. This is for E920. This is a contract with West Group Sewer relative to the sewer rate agreement. This is not to increase funding. This is just to increase term. If you have any questions, happy to answer the same.
They've been doing this for a while, since 2011?
That is correct. They are uniquely intimate with this particular issue.
Again, generally, what is it what services that do they provide with respect to this?
Yes, so just to make sure I'm being completely accurate, it is the agreement being negotiated that settles the pending contract disputes between the county and United Water.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on this one, West Group Law? No? Why don't you jump to E14, which is Kaufman, Dolowich, and Volok?
Yes, this is an amendment to the contract with Kaufman Dolowich for the case called Volpe. That is continuing with them. This is a continuing of work. This it is anticipated to close out the work on this case.
The status of the underlying case, is that resolved or no?
I don't believe it's completely resolved, but I would have to double check that. I'm not sure if this is a complete closeout or there's some limited work to be done. I'd have to check my notes.
Okay, all right. Any other questions on this contract? E30, Conway Farrell.
This is a contract, the law firm Conway Farrell. I believe the last name is Curtin. But in any case, this was issued pursuant to a mini bid process for a new litigation called Duarte.
What type of litigation is Duarte?
It's a police-related case, I believe. I'm speaking from memory. I probably should check my notes, but I believe
Armor
it.
Correctional.
Correct. My apologies. I have a lot of them at this point.
Okay. Any other questions? So this case actually has to do with enforcing Armor Health's defense and indemnification obligations to the county.
There are actually two pieces of work being assigned to Conway Farrell. There's a litigation as well as an opinion on an insurance issue. So there's actually two separate issues involved. There's a litigation plus the opinion piece.
So we are trying to get coverage from either Armor or their insurance carriers in terms of the litigation involving things that would happen at the jail, correct?
Generically, yes, that's accurate.
Okay. All right. I think we'd all be very interested to see what they come up with in terms of how the county can get completely indemnified, if possible, by Armor or their insurance.
I think our office would agree with that.
Okay. So we'll be looking for updates.
We'll keep you posted.
All right, thanks. Any other questions? Nope. All right. I think we're all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Human Services, Social Services contract, starting with E11, Leadership Training Institute.
Hi, Brian Hall from Human Services. This is a 3-year contract with a new agency we're contracting with for youth services, Leadership Training Institute, for $145,000.
Legislators, anyone have any questions on this one? Okay, we'll want to do the other ones then. E19, which is EAC. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Doug Russell with Department of Social Services. E19 is a contract with the Family Focus Adoption Services, and what this contract does is it takes, it helps children who are in the custody of the commissioner find foster care homes for them. There is approximately 30% county share. The rest is state and federal.
All right, yeah, and we know that EAC does some terrific work in our communities.
Yes,
most
it
of us
does.
have seen it and personally witnessed it. So, any questions about this contract with EAC? No. All right. Mr. Hall, I had a question about the prior contract, if you don't mind. Just curious, I mean, it's after-school services for the Roslyn School District, for students in the Roslyn School District.
For the Leadership Training Institute?
Yes.
Yeah, they're located, I believe they're located in, well, where they're working out of is the Roslyn schools.
All right, so we were just curious as to, ordinarily, this providing of after-school services inside the schools is provided by the school districts. So just
Well, I don't think this is actually in the schools. There was an existing program in Roslyn for the youth services, and they had an RFP. And I believe this was the new vendor that came out of the RFP instead of the old one.
All right, so this is something that's separate and apart from the school district, but it involves Roslyn High School, Roslyn School District students.
Right, it's the Roslyn area, and it's an after-school program in the Roslyn area.
Okay, all right, I understand that. So we had, the way it was written, we thought that this is something that was being provided in the school itself, and we were wondering, again, why would the county be doing something
Separate
instead of
deal,
the schools?
right.
Okay, thank you. Next contract is E22, Family Focus Adoption Services.
Doug Russell again for the Department of Social Services. I made a little bit of a blunder when you said 22, I gave you 19. So 19 is family focus.
Actually, 22 is Family Focus.
22 is
was-
family focus, right. 19 is EAC, and that is for our child support. When a non-custodial parent comes out of family court, they are coached or they're spoken to by EAC on how to maintain good standing with their non-custodial parent payments.
And then just go over Family Focus again. So that we're
And
doing
Family
distinctions.
Focus is with the Family Focus Adoption Services. Their program is that they find and place children into foster care or find homes for them who are under the care of the Commissioner of Social Services.
All right, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone have any questions on either of those two contracts? E32, Association for the Community Parent Center.
This is a new 3-year contract we have with the Association for Community Parent Center. Again, they were awarded that after the RFP we had last summer, and I believe it's for $51,000.
And what services are they providing? What services are they providing?
I believe they're providing the after-school program also in here.
Okay.
That's the majority of them.
All right. Any questions on E32? All right. Thank you, Brian.
Okay.
Next two are with the Fire Commissioner, E12, Vocational Extension and Vocational Education and Extension Board. Hello, Mike.
Good afternoon. Mike Utaro, Assistant Chief Fire Marshal, Nassau County Fire Marshal's Office. Which would you like to start with?
E12, it's with VEB.
Okay, E12 is a contract with the Nassau County Vocational Education and Extension Board. It's the annual contract for the training of volunteer firefighters and emergency medical technicians at the facilities within the county. They've had this county since they've been doing this since 1962. And this is for the year January 1, 2020 through December 31st, 2020.
We just had our meeting with Phil Malloy from VEB. And when was the last time they had an increase in the funding for the county? I don't know if you would know this.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I will say it's quite a few years. It's probably 4 or 5 years.
I mean, he's indicating they're having difficulties because that budget has not increased, and just in terms of maintaining staff and providing the programs that they're providing. So also a question you may not know, do you know why they are an outside contract agency as opposed to being under the jurisdiction, say, directly of the Fire Commission?
It's something that they've been doing for quite some time now. I couldn't give you an exact answer. I will say that their classes and their demand for classes and variety of classes has gone up as situations arise in emergency services that you need specialized training in these things. So there has been a higher demand for classes.
Okay. I think it's something that we are going to look at in terms of whether we're giving them adequate funding. The services they provide, I mean, as you well know, as a former chief and current, active firefighter are just indispensable. And to make sure that our firefighters have the training that they need to do the great job that they do. So I think the entire legislature is going to look at this to see whether this is kept, the funding has kept up with the times. So it's an important service.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Any other questions for Mike? Sure.
Hey, Chief, just a quick question to piggyback on the presiding officer. Are you comfortable with the amount of resources or the contract in terms of how much has been allocated to VEEP? Are you comfortable with that number for 2020 for them to meet their demands?
It would be tough for me to answer only because I don't myself help run their academy and perform their payroll and their classes. Working with them on a constant basis, that we meet with them at least twice a month when they come to fire commission meetings, and we hear the input from the 71 volunteer fire departments when they need more classes. I would say any agency that has held its budget line for this many years consecutively, and you don't need to go far but reading in the newspapers and current events as far as the extra training you need, whether it's active shooter or other biological hazards, the newest coronavirus training and hazmat training, would probably reckon that they would need additional funding or additional resources to be able to provide these classes.
I see. And in terms of have they discussed with you their potential areas? Like, how much are they looking for to be able to make them whole? Have they discussed budget?
That, too, I couldn't answer. It really comes down to class sizes, the amount of instructors they need, and equipment they need. It also comes down to some of these classes that they do give on behalf of, say, the state or the federal government. They receive some compensation for that, but I think Phil Malloy and his staff from VEEP would probably be the better people to ask.
If there's something that you can, add to your plate, I know your plate's very heavy. We plan to meet with VEEP probably in the next couple of weeks. But if there is information that you can provide to us so we can monitor this, as the presiding officer said, over the next several months leading into the budget season for the 2021 budget, we would want to understand them more and be able to make a more concrete decision on whether or not budget amendments or budget proposals need to be in place to ensure that they're able to meet their obligations for ensuring that volunteer firefighters are properly trained and kept up with the training as times change.
Oh, absolutely. We can work with the Fire Commission to provide that information for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? You want to move on to Brycer?
Yes.
E16?
Okay, Brycer is a contract we've been working on for about the past 22 months, trying to get this moved through. This is a compliance engine, as they call it in the fire code world. The Nassau County Fire Prevention Ordinance, additionally, the New York State Fire Prevention and Building Code requires contractors that work on fire sprinkler systems, fire extinguishing systems, fire alarm systems, and the gamut of these type of fire protection systems. It requires many of them to file reports with the Fire Code Agency, which is the Fire Marshal's office here in Nassau, that we need to review. When we review these, we usually identify critical violations, somewhat critical violations. We call it red tag or yellow tag. Green tagged systems are systems that are in full compliance and operational. That being said, there's thousands of these systems, and there's a very small staff that has the opportunity to look at them. We worked with some other agencies, and the name of this type of service came up. We put an RFP out. Two contractors came back with interest in it to the RFP, and it was awarded after discussion to Brycer. They're out of the Midwest. They do a lot. They work with a lot of large cities on the West Coast, the Midwest, and also in the East. And basically, what they do is there is no fee to Nassau County. They bill the individual fire protection contractors a surcharge on these forms that they will submit to this compliance engine. As they go through this process, these systems are flagged either critical violation or a yellow tagged somewhat critical violation, or things that need to be addressed. And instead of our staff having to go through all these, it takes the place, it assists our staff with isolating and identifying these problematic locations so we can send resources there to make sure that they can correct it, whereas it may take some time without this type of system. They perform a great service. The contract, I believe, is for 5 years or 3 years. And the fee, like I said, is broken down, which, give me a second and I will give you the fee. The fee is $12 per inspection report that they will pass along to the contractors that are submitting this paperwork to this system, which is then forwarded into our computer system for identification and then assignment of staff.
Is there any mechanism for increasing that fee over the course of this contract, or is that a flat fee?
That's a flat fee that they've agreed to. Any increase of that fee would have to deal with yet a subsequent contract and going through the process once again.
Okay. Any other questions? Legislator Bino?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So, good afternoon, Mike. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good, good. So, can you tell me, was that fee previously collected by the county?
No, this is a fee that was never existed and was never collected by the county. These forms were submitted to our office for review. The problem being is that there's just thousands of these forms. We receive hundreds a week, and trying to get enough of our contractors, enough of our staff to be able to review these in a timely fashion, which is important because the ones that are critical violations really need to be addressed immediately. And this compliance engine or computerized system allows them to be sifted out through the system and then flagged, and our people can go out to it. So this fee that you're referring to is a new fee that they would be addressing, or they would be surcharging the contractors that are submitting these forms, which in turn I'm sure would be passed on to their customers.
So what was the mechanism for being able to charge this fee? I mean, so if the county was providing this service previously, right, and therefore there was no cost to the contractors, correct?
Yes.
Now there's going to be a fee, so now this is a paid service then? But
Yes. Well, it's a service that is for profit through this surcharge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Would the services being provided by this contractor, would it assist the fire marshal in more expeditiously getting the paperwork approved, so to speak? So is there a benefit to the entities that are seeking, fire marshal approval?
Yes, there would be a significant benefit in the fact that, as you know, hiring people these days is not something that's exactly easy in the county or in any municipality for that matter. That being said, this system allows kind of a computer to take the role of sifting through these forms, whereas right now we have to look for available bodies. And in the staff of, we have 17 people in the inspection divisions, and then they're broken up into the other divisions, but it becomes we're always behind. We don't ever catch up with these forms, so it would allow for us to be on top of these forms and more or less on top of these systems that are problematic, so we can get out to them before there's a fire or before there's an incident when the system doesn't work.
Okay. All right, but in terms of the applications, would it allow you to more quickly get approvals to the entities seeking approval?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Good. Yeah. Legislator Bino.
I'm sorry, I have to follow up again. When I asked what was the mechanism for us being allowed, creating the fee between the contractor and the entity, Brycer,
Yes.
because I'm trying to figure out how legally that's allowed to happen without having had some level of legislation that authorized that fee. Is that a fee that at some point was legislated?
Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know that it requires it, though. I mean, I think we maybe need a county attorney opinion on that.
Is there somebody here from the county attorney's office that we can request, or I'm going to ask that Katie Horse, if she's in the room, if somebody could follow up and get us a legal opinion from the county attorney, whether this is actually legally, if they're legally authorized to collect this fee or to pass on the fee to Brycer if there's no legislation that created the authorization. I don't know, it just seems strange to me.
What do you suggest? Tabling for 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think we should.
Can we do that?
And
Is
get
that
an
all right with you,
opinion.
Mike?
Yes, sure.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
No real urgency?
no, it's understandable.
Yeah. Okay, all right, so that's, we need to get those questions answered.
Okay.
All right. Motion to table by legislator Bino, seconded by legislator Schaefer. All in favor of tabling, signify by saying aye. Aye, carries unanimously. Now you have to come back in 2 weeks.
Sounds good.
All right. Next one is with VEB also, but it's a contract through the Health Department.
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. Item E13 is a contract with VEB. It's for $129,000 over 5 years. It's 100% federally funded, and they provide training to our staff and our Medical Reserve Corps. It is retroactive from 7/1. The vendor, we did work with Phil Malloy to assist him in getting the paperwork through the vendor portal, and it was quite difficult.
Okay. You know, I mean, he told us he had some difficulty learning the new system and things, but I would assume going forward it'd be much easier.
Yeah, I think for all the agencies that use VEB now, that we worked probably 20 hours together.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Any questions? No? Thank you.
thank you.
Traffic and parking, contract E15 with RTR Financial Services. Somebody go down and tell Pat Devitt that we'll have him come up at the end. Okay. Like everybody else, I just don't want to pull it out. You know, questioning why do you allow, somebody to join the contract as opposed to later. So he's going to be called up the rest of the public. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dave Rich, Nassau County Traffic and Parking Violations Agency.
Kristen Clodfelter, counsel to TPVA.
This is the final extension for one of our collection vendors. The contract ends this year. We are in the process of issuing an RFP to identify new collection vendors right now.
Okay. And the term is?
This will end, it's a one-year extension. It ends in September of 20.
All right. You think the sufficient time to get the RFP done and get your bids in and make a determination?
Fingers crossed, yes.
What's the status of the RFP? It's been issued?
It's drafted right now. It hasn't been published yet.
Okay. And you're talking 7 months away before you have to get somebody new in place. Is that
Yes.
realistic? Okay. So when do you think you might have the RFP actually issued?
By the end of this month.
Okay. Does it have to go through any county channels? Does it go through the county attorney's office or something like that? Or?
We usually let other agencies and entities review it before it's actually published.
All right. Any questions? Legislator DeRiggi Whitten?
Do you know how much the county's collected from the effective date of this contract in 2013?
I could tell you that RTR was responsible collecting gross collections of $6.5 million last year for 2019.
Okay.
I can get the other
If you could get
information
us
for
the
you.
total from 2013, the whole time that it's been in effect. And as far as the default judgments go, have there been any filed on the county's behalf?
Yes, there have.
Can you give us like a rough number for that as well? I'm just,
Approximately every other month, I would say at least 300 are filed,
okay.
at least for traffic tickets.
E20,
All right.
E28?
Yeah, if just so we have an account as to what is happening exactly, I think a good summary would be helpful for us, okay?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I can't hear you.
Basically, we could really use like a good summary of what's exactly been happening with the numbers and all. So if that could be provided, I would really appreciate it. Just, the total number that's been collected, the total number of default judgments. All right, just so we can have something to gauge the success on or the progress on.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
I'll just ask you to provide that information to both sides.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, we're good, thanks. Next contract is Corrections Sheriff's Office, E20 of 2020. National Healthcare Corporation, let the record reflect that the minority leader is leading the chambers and will not be engaging in any debate, discussion, or vote on this item. I think you're good to go.
I'm good. Good afternoon, Captain Michael Golio from the Sheriff's Department. This is an amendment seeking to extend the term an additional 6 months for the contract for the provision of comprehensive medical services by the Nassau Healthcare Corporation to the inmates in the custody of the Sheriff's Department and incarcerated at the Correctional Center.
What's the intention after August 31st?
I'm sorry?
What's the intention going forward? And it's a 6-month extension, so what's the intention going forward?
There were discussions and conversations going on with NHCC. They've had some significant personnel changes recently, so that's delayed the process slightly. We intend to go forward as soon as they're settled.
I think you also have NIFR involved as well.
Correct.
At this
Yes.
point. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? None. Thank you. Next 3 contracts are with the Parks Department. Want to invite the minority leader back in? E21 of 2020 is a contract with Scuden Surf, Inc.
Victoria Queso with the Parks Department. E2120 is a use and occupancy agreement with Scuden Surf for the rights to have a surfing and skateboarding instruction program at Nickerson Beach from Memorial Day through September 15th. It's a 5-year term. It was an RFP that was issued August 14th. It was due on October 7th, and we received 1 proposal from Scuden Surf. It was evaluated and accepted, and they were the sole proposer.
All right. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you. E28 of 2020 is a contract with Smith and Drake Realty Corp.
E2820 is an amendment to the agreement with Smith and Drake to add 3 properties to their landmark portfolio for the properties that they manage, the Kellogg House, the Navy Gym, and 113 Davis.
Okay, just for the record, the minority leader is recusing himself on this item as well and is not participating in the debate, discussion, or vote. Any questions on this contract? I mean, I've actually toured some of the facilities that they've managed, including the one at Mitchell Field, and they do an outstanding job.
Yes.
E29.
E2920 is an amendment to the use and occupancy agreement for Allen's Fair to exercise the final 1-year renewal option, January 1st through December 31st, 2020.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Human Resources, E23.
Good afternoon. Marissa Howard, Director of Human Resources. Item E2320 is a request for approval to extend the existing Aetna health insurance contract for an additional year through the end of 2020. This will allow the county to continue to provide health insurance for 2,071 employees and their families currently enrolled in Aetna. The extension will also allow any new hires to elect Aetna as their health insurance provider. While the rate has increased since last year, the rate still represents a savings for the county. The initial contract with Aetna was awarded in February 2016 following an RFP process where the county endeavored to identify a health insurance provider that would provide a cost savings compared to the base plan, which is the NISHIP Empire plan. The contract allowed for 2 one-year extensions, one which was executed last year in 2019, and the second we are respectfully requesting approval for now. Submission of the contract, as mentioned in a memo included in your packets, was delayed due to the new procurement requirements for the personable questionnaire via the online vendor portal. Our office has already began efforts to update and issue an RFP, I'm sorry, for the new health insurance provider for 2021 and forward.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Any questions? No? Thank you. Last contract is with the county clerk's office, E31. It's a agreement with Albrecht, Vigiano, Zurich and Company. Hello, John.
Good afternoon. John Butler, Fiscal Officer, Nassau County Clerk Maureen O'Connell's office. Item 3120 is a contract for professional accounting services as a result of an RFP our office underwent. The scope of services for agreed-upon procedures include written policies and procedures review, segregation of duties review, deposit and disbursement samples, credit card transaction samples, bank reconciliation samples, and reporting policies and procedures. 5 companies responded to this RFP. AVZ was selected as the lowest responsible bidder. We believe the fiscal unit operations are airtight and are seeking an independent third party to confirm exactly that.
Has this been a service that's been provided or obtained by the clerk's office in the past, or is this new?
In my tenure there, I'm starting my 4th year. I believe it has been done in the past, but it's time.
It's good. Any questions? Okay, thanks. Right now that the contracts have been called, I'm going to call for public comment. Pat McDevitt is here. He wants to speak on E20. Yeah. I guess you got to step out again.
That's all right. Pat McDevitt, Nassau Correctional Officers Benevolent Association. I'd like to thank you all. First of all, I see firsthand what you all do, and I appreciate it, and I'd like to thank you for your hard work. With that said, the contract extension, I'd just like to point out one thing. Under the impact on funding and price analysis, there's a paragraph in there, a one-sentence paragraph that says, the county is also responsible for maintaining the Nassau County Correction Center is in good repair and condition. As you all know, I spoke to quite a few of you, a lot of people on public safety, that it is currently raining right now. It's been raining for the last 4 years. We still don't have a roof. I just want to put it on record and say, as far as I'm concerned, and what I see in there, the Correction Center is not in good repair and condition. So I'm reaching out, going to ask for some help and get this done and getting taken care of. I've been up here. We've been all but watching Brian scream and yell for 4 years about what we're getting done over here. And my guys are still standing in the rain. The nurses, the doctors that will be working over there will be standing in the rain, as well as the inmates that are mandated to live there will be standing in the rain. So reaching out, looking for some help. We need some help on this. Can we please get it done? So thanks. That's it.
Yeah, sure. Legislator Richie Whitten.
Hi. Did you ever get the schedule that we discussed for the capital plan?
We never got the schedule. We've been playing phone tag back and forth with trying to get another meeting, public safety meeting set up and get some of this stuff taken care of. We've yet to receive any information of what was discussed at the public safety meeting.
Okay.
We're still waiting on all the 5-year master jail plan that's been going on for 8 years now.
Right.
We're going to.
I know we were in the process of rescheduling a meeting. I'll make sure that it's done as quickly as possible, and we'll request the copy of. That was supposed to be provided to the legislature as well.
No copy of anything. We haven't heard anything yet. I understand we're kind of in limbo here, waiting for a new sheriff again. But
well, that's separate because it's already
we just
passed.
keep pushing this off. It's been raining for at least 4 years.
Yeah. They were supposed to be giving it. It shouldn't be slowed down, in my opinion, because of the sheriff. Because it's a capital plan that's already been passed, and it's a separate entity.
It's starting to get to the point. Frustration is beyond frustration because my guys are there every day with this.
I'm going to request that in writing today, and we'll also request an update on the vehicles.
I appreciate any help we can get.
The other things we did discuss.
Yeah, we'll follow up on that as well. I mean, when our leader and myself were at a meeting a couple of years ago now that there was discussions of the master plan, and it was moving along, and now it's roughly 2 years later, and still in limbo. So, and almost all of us were on a tour of the jail, and we witnessed firsthand what you're talking about in terms of plastic coverings, trying to protect the elements from coming in, gaps in the building. It's just, it's unacceptable.
Thank you. I appreciate any help we can get.
Thanks. Okay, we have some other public, public comment, and I'll call the slips that are here, but some of the slips have to do with items apparently not on the, don't involve actual items. So this is not really a general public comment session. This is more geared toward the items that are on committees. We do have a public comment session at our full legislative meetings before the meetings start, in which there's more general discussion of items. But in any event, Mita Meride.
Good afternoon, Mita J. Meride. I'm not really sure as far as how these rules are changing with regard to public comment, so I am trying to be in compliance as we roll along.
Okay. I know there's a lot of contracts and there's a 3-minute limit, but if you need some extra time,
I'll do the best I can. Under Public Works, I had some concerns with regard to what I was getting as far as nebulous language as it pertains to the minority and women business outreach, and hearing no mention as it pertains to veteran business or service-disabled veteran business outreach. And the concern continues as we go, as was mentioned earlier, into budget season, and to once again have the feeling that the procurement numbers as it pertains to diverse businesses will be, I guess, in essence, less than 5%. In this county, with all its richness and diversity that we continue to try to promote, particularly in the shortest month of the year, noted as Black History Month, I'm continuing to be concerned, and now that I'm hearing terminology called high technically ranked businesses getting contracts who have been on the rolls for a number of years, I'm expressing my concerns with regard to that. Just want to make one other point, and I had a quick question about under Parks, one of the contracts related to Kellogg House and its management. Many of the residents in Baldwin, because of the historical knowledge and awareness that this home itself was formerly owned by a veteran, a Civil War veteran, we're concerned about what is happening with regard to the maintenance and upkeep, because the contract for that maintenance and upkeep was pushed into this year. So we are concerned about making sure that the work is collectively done on that. So I'm hopeful that there is an active monitoring and compliance process in place in 2020 as it pertains to contracts, as opposed to everyone getting excited when they hear that there is a proposed 30% or 15% MWBE outreach, when that really doesn't mean much of anything. When I'm looking at, yet again, these additional committees that don't seem to have any meetings or anything that's listed. Again, the Minority Affairs Committee, the documentation is blank as far as any type of hearings, activities, outreach, or initiatives, as well as Veterans Committee. We really need to kind of move forward in doing something more aggressively and proactively for the residents that continue to feel underrepresented in this county. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Paul DeRigo. I mean, it indicates the LIPA settlement, but that's not on the committee today.
Thank you. I'd like to beg your indulgence. I took a day off from work today. I was told by the folks from Legislator Ford's office that this would be on the agenda today. I represent about 5,000 people on a Facebook page called Concerned Taxpayers Against LIPA. I would just like to speak to the group and speak to the legislative body here to suggest that there has been a narrative that the communities that host the 4 legacy power plants on Long Island have benefited on an outsized basis from their existence over a period of time. The exact opposite is true. The region has benefited dramatically by the existence of these power plants for 2 reasons. Number one, by the 4 communities who supported the conversion of private bonds to public bonds in 1997, dropped the interest rate for LIPA on $6 billion worth of debt. Most estimates have that savings over that period of time at over $2 billion. Secondly, the 4 power plants that exist allow LIPA to participate in the New York ISO, the New York Independent System Operators Organization. That means that we can import, as a region, lower cost power, hydroelectric power, from upstate New York. The region benefits by having lower electric costs has benefited for a very long period of time by having lower electric costs. We could not participate in the New York ISO, the NISO, without the existence of these 4 power plants. Those plants will be critical to our participation in NISO for many, many years to come. The fact that the county has agreed tentatively to accept a settlement offer based upon the representations of LIPA, which is a state agency, is appalling to me, and I would appreciate the residents of Island Park, the North Shore School District, the Northport East Northport School District, and the Port Jefferson School District compel you to look at this more closely before you even vote in favor of a settlement. Lastly, and thank you for letting me speak, LIPA pays about $500 million a year in property taxes. By the way, they pay almost $1 billion in debt service because of the Lilco bailout. But they pay about $500 million a year in property taxes. Only $200 million of that has to do with the power plants that are a blight and a health concern to the host communities that have hosted them for decades. The $275 million in property taxes is due to substations and transmission lines. So even though there may only be a few legislators up here who are impacted by this potential settlement today, there's another $275 million of property tax certs coming your way for the school districts that you represent. So please look more closely at that. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Pat Boyle.
Hi, how's everybody doing? I just wanted to make a quick comment, and it does have to do with contracts. I wanted to thank both the legislature and the administration. This is one of the earliest times that we've received advances on our contracts in probably about 10 years. Most of our agencies have received their advances sometime within January, which is really a huge improvement from when it was in late March when we received it last year. So I just wanted to quite simply come up and say thank you, and I appreciate the fact that you've done what you've done to be able to expedite these contracts, and it makes doing business around here a lot easier. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pat. Mark Tannenbaum.
How are you? I'm here from Harbor Isle Island Park. I'm here on the LIPA situation as well. I'm not going to go into the detail about what this will do to the community of Island Park. You all have a copy of a letter that I sent to the governor last week. But I will go into one thing. LIPA is a non-for-profit company that was set up to help us with our electricity on the island. That means every one of you guys, gals, sitting up here. It's working with PSG Long Island, which is a shell company of PSG, a corporation out of New Jersey that pays the 7th largest dividend and the 10th largest dollar amount of dividend of any utilities in the country. It seems to me that before you make any settlement, one, you have to have meetings with the communities, but in-depth meetings, not the one that was had a month ago with all the phony numbers that LIPA couldn't even figure out. And two, you have to go back to PSEG, who's making a big profit from what we are paying in electric bills and in tax savings, which is more or less our taxes are going right back into the pockets of those dividends that are being paid to shareholders. So you guys have to look at this much more carefully. You have to have meetings with it. And to make a settlement this early on without pushing, and I don't believe you're pushing when I see the terms of the settlement, is wrong. And there are still a number of lawsuits and a number of opportunities out there to still battle this. So I'd like to see everybody be doing better. I do know from this weekend that I have support of at least 153 families in Harbor Isle. Thank you.
Thank you. The last slip that I have is from John Budnick. And again, that'll be it. It has to be, the comments we're taking will be on contracts only. And we will have, believe me, when the LIPA settlement is is before this legislature, both in committees and in the full legislature. There'll be full and ample opportunity to make your comments at that time. If it's on contracts, we'll call them now. If it's not, then it'll have to wait.
The John Budnick, 122 Von Hohenfeld Street, Massapequa Park. I'm just, at this point, talking about the Nassau County Correctional Center, suggesting that everything that has anything to do with the physical plant at Nassau County Correctional Center should be going by emergency. I would point you to the potentiality of incredibly high liability with reference to the conditions that not only staff, correction officers, employees, but those who are lawfully in the charge of the sheriff of the county of Nassau, how much liability that could end up generating that may cause severe financial distress for the county into the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Minority Leader. God bless you, one and all.
Here's the issue. This is not a hearing on the LIPA settlement. And as I said before, the LIPA settlement will and deserves to have a full and fair hearing. And it will have such before this legislature, both in the committees and in the full legislature. But I'm receiving numerous slips. So in the middle of our contracts discussions, we cannot allow a hearing on the LIPA settlement to take place. So again, you're invited to come back when we do calendar this item for committees and for the full legislature. But today's purposes.
Can't you hear it at the end? We don't want to jump in front of anybody else, but can you hear us at the end?
All right. Look, you're here. You took time out, so I have 3 more slips. I'll let the 3 speakers speak. All right. So even though it's not on the contracts. Michael Marcantonio.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here today to represent, on behalf of some of the residents of Island Park, to implore you to consider all of the options in terms of litigation and to not settle this suit. I have a motion for summary judgment that we have prepared on behalf of Huntington that we would like to issue to the clerk here so you can have access to it. The LIPA lawsuit is very winnable and is something that we should, as a body, strongly consider for the following reason. Among many others, LIPA did not go through the proper channels when it executed the power purchase agreements with respect to each plant. The law under the Public Authorities Law requires that LIPA, in order to execute a contract above $1 million, get PAC B approval, Public Authorities Control Board approval. It did not. This motion for summary judgment has not yet been included in the Huntington lawsuit, but we hope it will. And more importantly, for this body, if you would have a copy of this motion that I have here for the clerk to read it, consider it, it's excellent. And it establishes the law and also the basis on which this lawsuit can be thrown out. For the lawyers up here, you know that judges love to throw lawsuits out on the basis of a technicality or a procedural issue. To settle and not have this motion in front of you is something that I don't think is in the best interest of not only Island Park but also Nassau County. The Public Authorities Control Board did not approve of these power purchase agreements for the following reason. LIPA didn't approach them. The reason LIPA didn't approach them was because the Public Authorities Board has to review these contracts with an eye towards what the effect on property owners for property taxes will be. They did not do this. They did not follow the proper steps, and because the basis of the lawsuit is from the power supply agreement between National Grid and LIPA, and that power supply agreement gives National Grid a right to grieve its taxes, which it was assigned to LIPA. If the underlying contract is invalid, the entire suit and the basis for the suit must be thrown out. This is an excellent argument, and I implore each and every one of you to read what I give to the clerk, and I very much hope that you stand with Island Park in fighting this, because LIPA is taking advantage of us, and frankly, this is not something that we should be afraid of. We should not take LIPA's word on these things. As you know, LIPA has lied to us repeatedly from its inception, and I believe that this is a winnable fight. So thank you very much.
Please hand the motion papers up to the clerk then. Jack Vobis.
Good afternoon, and thank you for hearing me. I am here as the president of the Island Park Board of Education, and I'm not going to speak to you about LIPA. I'd rather have a comment that probably could be considered a question, and it's also a thought that I would hope that this body would consider. And what I'm referring to is the state law that provides that there is what we've known commonly as the Nassau County Guarantee, which basically says that any kind of debts that are accrued by through the improper assessment of properties, property taxes that have to be paid, back property taxes specifically, are guaranteed by Nassau County to be covered, and it's not the local municipalities or districts that have to cover that. It was challenged back in 2010 under the Mangano administration, and the Court of Appeals indicated that it was in that law, which tried to transfer those debts to the school districts and the water districts and the fire districts, was struck down as unconstitutional because it conflicted with the county guarantee. Just referencing briefly the proposed settlement, which would do away with the potential back tax burden that would be put on the entire body of taxpayers in Nassau County. My question is it proper to be able to negotiate away those taxes and, in effect, nullify the guarantee? Because if there's a law in place that says Nassau County must guarantee these back taxes, how can one person or a whole body, and in saying that, I also realize that nobody in this chamber had a hand in negotiating this agreement, or I use the word negotiating very loosely, but anyway, I just wonder if that is a proper use of negotiation. In other words, what we're doing is we're taking away a burden that is, by law, placed on Nassau County, and taking it away and transferring that burden to a much smaller taxing entity, a school district, a town, a village, that would now face an increased burden in their taxes, and their taxpayers would specifically face a higher burden than everyone else in Nassau County because of this negotiation. So I would just ask you to consider that and think about it very hard, because I don't know that that's a proper way to approach the Nassau County Guarantee, that state law that indicates that Nassau County is responsible for those back taxes. I realize it's a burden, but it's a burden that the state put there, and it's a burden that Nassau County has borne in the past. And I don't know that a negotiated settlement with a property owner can abate that law. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, and I hope you have put great consideration into that issue.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Richard Sharon.
Thank you again for allowing us to speak. I've spoken before on this issue. I'm a resident of Harbor Isle in Island Park, and there was a meeting held a few weeks ago that was attended by about 500 residents of the small community, and we were all informed. I knew of this beforehand, but all the residents were informed that their school taxes would be going up between $4,000 and $8,000. It's a huge burden for a community of working class people. So a lot of the people are rightfully very, very concerned about it. And I think that the county failed in their outreach in not involving the community in advance of their settlement. And I'm urging this legislature to take the initiative before you vote on it in the Rules Committee or elsewhere, and conduct some outreach to the community, because while there's only a few of us here, there's many, many more who are really, really scared. And I think it would be a great service of the legislature to have a meeting for the community, do some outreach, and really involve the community in this very, very important decision for them, which many of them will be effectively driving them out of their homes. So I just, I implore you to pick up the ball where the county executive failed in outreach and help us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we have the items that have been called, and excluding the ones that were tabled. At this point, I'm going to call those items except for two, E20 and E28 of 2020. I will call those two separately, but as to the other items that are before the committee, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, that carries unanimously. Now I'm going to call E20 and E28 of 2020 for a vote. Again, the minority leader is leaving the chambers, will not be participating. All in favor of E20 and E28 of 2020 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. We're going to put the Rules Committee in recess, and then Public Safety will be the first committee.
Okay, we'll now call the Public Safety Committee to order.
Good afternoon. I'll be calling the Public Safety Committee to order, and I will, are they here? I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Public Safety Committee roll call. Deborah Muley, Legislator Sheila Bino, Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi-Whitten, John Ferretti Jr., Vincent Muscarella, Vice Chairman Stephen Rhodes. Stephen Rhodes is here, okay. Chairwoman Denise Ford. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. There are two items on the regular agenda today, which are clerk item numbers 37-20 and 38-20. Clerk item numbers 37-20 and 38-20 are ordinances supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the medical examiner. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Muscarella, seconded by Legislator Bino. The items are before us. Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Kelly. I'm the Deputy Medical Examiner for Laboratories. The first item, 37-20, is a pass-through grant for $5,000. It's funds received from the New York State Division of Criminal Justice Service to enhance the effectiveness, efficiency, and accuracy of laboratory services with respect to fire debris analysis. Should I proceed
Any
to the
discussion?
second one?
No? All right. How about the next one? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next one, 38-20, is also a pass-through grant for $53,518. This is from the National Institute of Criminal Justice Service to enhance the effectiveness, efficiency, and accuracy of crime lab services, specifically the Laboratory Information Management System, which is their computer system. And the funding is also going to be used for fees for accreditation. And additionally, it'll be used to fund supplies and overtime associated with the opioid epidemic.
Any debated discussion? Any public comment? Okay. Legislator Rhodes.
Just a few questions. Can you tell me, I know that there had been ongoing construction at the crime lab. We had to send various items out.
Steve, we were going to just do these three items and then have a presentation by the crime lab, okay, to talk about in depth where we are with the construction. But thank you very much, for bringing that up, okay? So all those in favor of passing these items, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? The items pass. All right. Okay, you might as well stay up because you're going to be next up, okay?
Yes.
All right, these items pass unanimously. There are also two items on the addendum. They are clerk items number 46-20 and 48-20. May I have a motion to suspend the rules? Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor of suspending the rules signify by saying aye. Aye, the rules are suspended. Clerk item number 46-20 is a local law to, wait, we'll bypass that. I'm going to skip over to
48.
Did she write this one? Okay, 48, I'm sorry, I don't mean to hold you up there. But 48-20 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the medical examiner. So, can you please elaborate?
Yes, thank you,
Oh, wait.
Legislator Ford.
All those in favor of this item, can I have a motion to hear this item? Moved by Legislator DeRiggi-Whitten, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. All right, the item is before us. Sorry.
Thank you. Item 48-20 is a pass-through fund also, a much larger amount, in the amount of $326,151. This is a pass-through grant. It's specifically targeted toward DNA and reducing turnaround time and also backlog reduction.
Okay. Any questions? Any public comment? Mr. Budnick?
Well, I am a bit John Budnick, 122 Von Hohenfeld Street. Good afternoon again, honorable members. Chairman Ford and members of this committee, while I am a bit bemused by the time it's apparently taken these various items to get to the board, and I am strongly in favor not only of these items, but also of the county legislature after consulting with the district attorney's office and the Nassau County Police Department, the probation department, creating a law that would mandate that all those in police custody in Nassau County at the start of their time in custody be subject to drug and alcohol tests for the safety of the members of the police force, the safety of the individuals, and the safety of the court personnel and the community. Okay, thank you very much. And I wish the medical examiner's office well, especially considering that they hopefully will be getting a new home, which has been overdue, in my personal estimation, and in my professional judgment as a former Nassau County Assistant District Attorney for over 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right, all those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed? All right, the item passes unanimously. All right, so now, before we go to the next item, we'll like to hear from you, I guess, and if you have anyone else here with you, because we do have some concerns and questions in regard to the medical examiner's office. And I think that uppermost is, where are we with this facility? Do we have, when is it going to be fully operational? And then, of course, what impact, by the fact that it is not, will have on this new cashless bail, these laws that were recently passed, and the fact that in many cases they only have 15 days for discovery.
Thank you for inviting us here today. I think I'll be able to provide you with some information that you need on this topic. Again, my name is Carolyn Kelly. I'm the Deputy Medical Examiner for Laboratories. I am here today with Dr. Joseph Avella, who is the Chief Toxicologist and Head of the Toxicology Lab. And also joining us here today is Dr. Pasquale Buffalino, who is the Acting Director of the Crime Lab. Again, thank you for inviting us here today, Legislator Ford. As you all know, a great deal happened in 2019 at the state level and also at the local level that impacted the operations of our laboratories. Here in Nassau County, we have 2 laboratories. We have the Toxicology Lab, which is located in the Medical Examiner's Building over by NUMC, and we also have the new Crime Lab, which is located on Prospect Avenue in Westbury. So the good news in 2019 is that the new Crime Lab opened in a beautiful state-of-the-art facility, and we achieved accreditation, and we were open for business as of July 1, 2019. So let me tell you a little bit about the Crime Lab and the work that's being done there. As of that date, there were 3 established disciplines at the Crime Lab. The first is biology, and that's where they conduct DNA analysis. The second is latent prints, and the third is chemistry. Chemistry focuses on the analysis of controlled substances and also seized drug analysis, things like cocaine, heroin, opioids. This was a very proud moment for Nassau County, July 1st of 2019. This county had suffered a very public lab closure about 10 years ago. And so the opening was a proud moment, and we can continue to boast about the fact that we have the only paperless lab in the entire state, and that's the Crime Lab. We are currently in the process of developing and establishing the discipline for firearms. Right now we have staffing in place, and that firearms discipline is the analysis of basically operability of firearms that are recovered and also of shell casings. Both are necessary crime-solving skills. So right now we're building that discipline. It is a process, and it starts by getting staff on board and then also developing standard operating procedures, developing the manuals, conducting training, and then applying for accreditation. So that's what's occurring with respect to that discipline at the crime lab. Now let's turn to the toxicology lab. The toxicology lab's original mandate was post-mortem analysis. It was tissue analysis after autopsy. However, the toxicology lab has taken on a great deal more than that. Now the toxicology lab is engaging in all the analysis for drunk and drugged driving. In the past few years, drugged driving has become especially prevalent. And again, those are substances such as cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, opioids. The toxicology lab has seen an increase in opioids in both their drugged driving analysis and also their post-mortem analysis. So at the state level, as I referenced before, with the implementation of the criminal justice reform, there was also a component of discovery reform legislation. So basically, let me tell you now about the strategies that the labs employed to confront this new legislation, which was extraordinarily cumbersome, and legislation which they weren't consulted about in advance. As early in May as of May of last year, the labs began working with our law enforcement partners, the police department, the district attorney's office, and there were several big table meetings at the county exec's office in an attempt to get in front of the challenges that we were all about to face. It also required an internal review of the laboratory's operating systems. We had to meet the new discovery demands. We had to provide information to the DA's office in the most expeditious manner possible. Both labs started gearing up toward the latter half of 2019 to actively confront the challenges imposed by this legislation. The crime lab developed and implemented a state-of-the-art laboratory information management system. The toxicology lab, their entire staff engaged in scanning voluminous amounts of material, all kinds of documents, as the new legislation requires not only the testing results. The new legislation requires the CV of every single analyst, 10 years of proficiency tests for every single analyst, and also 6 months of calibration of any instrument used for testing in a drunk or drugged driving case. So 6 months before the test is administered and 6 months after, which is extraordinarily cumbersome. It's a carve-out specifically at drunk driving cases and drugged driving cases, and it's more cumbersome than the burden that's been imposed on other labs. Both labs have conducted training sessions with the DA's office in advance of January so that we can make sure that the information transfer of these results, the proficiency tests, the calibration of the instruments, could be conveyed in a timely fashion. In addition, the DA's office started gearing up for the rollout of the new discovery reform legislation. So they started increasing all their requests because with the inability now to plead out cases, the DA's office needed every single thing tested. So they started increasing their requests for testing toward the second half of the year. So just to be clear, even though the legislation wasn't enacted or didn't become effective, rather, until January 1st of this year, this has had an impact for the last 6 months on several agencies throughout the county, and especially the labs. Basically, as the more requests for testing came in, more testing needed to be conducted. So our labs are continuing to do the very best that they can with the resources and the staffing that they have, and we continue to discuss staffing with the administration. So what are the strategies that we've used to confront increased work at both labs? Basically, labs are governed by backlog and turnaround times. Turnaround time is when you take something in and how much time does it take for you to turn it around and provide a result. Further, we also have the backlogs. So turnaround times and backlogs in both the toxicology lab and the crime lab have been steadily increasing. The backlog of cases in both labs started to increase at the second half of the year in preparation for the rollout of this discovery reform legislation. As an example, the chemistry section, which, as I mentioned earlier, tests controlled substances and seized drugs, has seen a steady increase from October to November to December and ultimately to January, and it's continuing. It's now over 60 days for turnaround time for analysis, and it was just over 30 days a few months ago. With respect to the toxicology lab, certain testing takes longer. When you're testing for drug results, Their testing was approximately 50 days long in 2019. It is now over 80 days in 2020. So as you can see from the numbers that I'm providing to you, when this legislation was drafted, 15 days was not realistic by any measure when you factor in the testing that needs to be conducted at the laboratories and the scientific process involved. But both labs have done their best basically to deal with the increased workload. The crime lab has worked with their law enforcement partners and talked to the police department about a new evidence delivery system. For the past 6 months since the crime lab opened, and even before that actually when they were in the medical examiner's building, they had a batch delivery system with the police department. So once a week, the police would bring over the evidence, the crime lab would take it in, and then they'd assign it for testing. That process took about 3 hours to do. And basically the impact of it was that the scientists are leaving the bench to take in the evidence. Because of discovery reform legislation, we can't eat into this 15-day time period. So we've shortened this batch delivery system of 1 week to almost a daily basis. So on almost a daily basis, the police department is bringing over evidence to the crime lab to be analyzed. And our scientists are leaving the bench and their appointed work to take this evidence in. The good news is that we're going to be acquiring evidence intake staff, people whose sole function will be to handle this process, and that will allow our scientists to get back to their appointed work. We have approval to hire one such staff member at this point in time. As the volume increases, our goal of becoming completely self-sufficient with respect to chemistry and controlled substance analysis has to be delayed. So where we thought we could take on all the work in Nassau County, we need to utilize our existing contract with NMS, which is the laboratory located in Pennsylvania, and hopefully there will be an end in sight, and we will be able to take on all the controlled substance analysis in the future. But as you can see, the crime lab and the toxicology lab have been working extraordinarily hard with the staff and the resources that they have to comply with this new discovery reform legislation. We have worked with endless effort to maintain the integrity of the crime lab and the toxicology lab so that what happened 10 years ago does not happen again. We will not jeopardize the integrity of that precision in the face of any legislation. The citizens of this county deserve that, and they should demand that. Thank you very much for inviting us here today.
Thank you very much for your testimony and shedding, Mr. Budnick, we're not here for, right now we're not up to public comment. Please, okay? I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you, okay? So just wait. Okay, thank you very much. And, this is something that we needed to hear. But let me just go back for a minute. I wrote notes all over the place, and I'm sure that other legislators have some questions as well. So you had indicated prior to, in the beginning of last year, like May or April or whatever of last year, you were aware of this possible change in the laws in bail reform?
That's correct.
And it had indicated that due to the constraints that you have in regard to your turnaround time, testing, and so forth, that to be able to have evidence tested and submitted I guess, to the DAs within, and I'm not an attorney, so if I don't say it right, just please, I have attorneys here who will correct me. But that the 15 days was not sufficient, so
Correct.
that you had indicated that. So even with that, this law was still passed, correct? Which added, seems to have added a burden to you, to your department, as much as you're trying to do the best that you can. You just seem to be having things piled on you.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you received, in light of all of this and the increase in testing and the increase in personnel, has New York State granted you, the county, any funding to help with the implementation and the changes in regard to the testing that you need to do to be able to satisfy the need for information?
We've not been provided with any additional funding as a result of the discovery reform legislation.
And then you're saying that also, that where you used to be able to just, test something, now with the new legislation, you have added steps that you have to then do calibration and, testing. I'm sorry, but.
Yes, no, that's okay. Previously in the past, if a witness was going to testify at trial, they might be required to turn over their CV or their resume. Now, the statutes mandate that the CV of every analyst be provided, which would be standard operating procedure. There's nothing different about that. But 10 years worth of proficiency tests. So we have to go back and show 10 years worth of their internal laboratory testing. So we have to provide that. And that's been put up on both portals that were developed with the DA's office, and further testing of the instruments. So in addition to just the test result being conveyed over to the DA's office, they have to show that the instrument used for that test was in a good working condition at the time the test was conducted. So they want to show records of calibration before the instrument was used, before the test was conducted and after the test was conducted. So usually that time frame would be 30 days before and 30 days after, or 60 days before and 60 days after. And if you had that proper calibration for the period of time before the test and the period of time after the test, that would suggest that on the day the test was conducted, everything was working properly. What they have done now is specifically with respect to drug and drunk driving. They have imposed on the toxicology lab 6 months of calibration of instruments before the test was administered and 6 months after. So think about that. You have a drugged driving case. You have the 6 months of records before the instrument, before the test was used, before the test was conducted. But now the test records for the calibration of this instrument are continually being run, and they have to be continually conveyed to the DA's office for 6 months after the test was conducted. So that will further delay things.
Wow. Okay. And you were saying that a lot of this testing, I guess, is done by scientists who then leave their workstation to be able to, I guess, do the intake?
Well, the scientists are leaving their workstation to take in the evidence. And at the crime lab, that's happening on a daily basis. You have several disciplines at the crime lab, and that's about a 3-hour process. You also have an extraordinary volume of drugs or controlled substances being brought over. So they're leaving the bench, they're leaving their work. Again, remember, they have a backlog. They have turnaround times they have to be concerned about, and they're getting a new influx of volume to contend with. The toxicology lab, their staff is scanning voluminous documents all the time, and they do their own evidence intake as well. But their process is a little bit less cumbersome than the crime lab process.
So how many scientists do we have right now?
Well, an exact number of, we have a budgeted head count, but that's for the entire medical examiner's office, of 78, and we're at 77. But if we were to break down by each discipline, for instance, in chemistry, we have 10 scientists in chemistry. In light of discovery, we would like 16. We have 2 more that were recently hired, and they're on the way in. But I'd have to go department by department for you, and I'd have to provide you with those exact numbers. That's just one example.
So you were saying that you would like to hire more intake people. Are there some jobs that the scientists are doing currently that can be done perhaps maybe by a clerk? Somebody who could, or does it have to be somebody who has that special knowledge? For the intake, is it possible to bring in people, it seems to me that in order for us to comply with this new system, that you're short-staffed, that you absolutely, you're not saying that, I'm saying it.
We would benefit from additional staffing, and we have continual discussions with the administration about staffing. I mean, I'm sure we're not the only agency that's asking for staffing. We're one department, rather, that's asking for staffing, and we are also, it just coincided with the opening of the crime lab, too. So you have a lot of things at work here.
And thank you very much for getting the crime lab opened. That has been big, but
thank you. That goes to these people here.
But just going back, to even with the staffing, this has been something that has been thrust upon us. We all read every day, what's going on, and people just very upset. So I think that what we need to do then, and I think hopefully the administration will understand that it's not a time for delay. In order for us to be able to comply with the state law, the new laws, that obviously we're going to need, more personnel within your department. And that, if we may be missing the mark on getting some information to the DAs so that they could properly charge somebody, or somebody who may have committed a crime, and, somebody could commit a crime if we don't get that information in time. That person can necessarily walk because there's nothing for them to charge with. So
Right.
I think that
We don't want to see anything catastrophic like that happen.
Right.
So
And-
far, I don't think
yeah.
we've missed any deadlines yet, but.
But we don't know. You have a backlog which has gone 80 days, and you have, in the crime lab, it's 60 days, or the turnaround time is 60 days. Those are long periods of time, and a lot of times even, and just to add on, I mean, people who wait for results when they have somebody who they lost, maybe was murdered, and they're looking to understand, what happened to this person, because it happened within my circle, calling over to try to find out what happened with that toxicology report. And you have a backlog, so there's little comfort for a family when they're looking for an answer, and they have to keep being told, and it's not your fault, but it's just that this is like this thing that has happened that's causing this delay. And so it causes a lot of anguish to a lot of our residents who are waiting for the results of these toxicology reports.
Yeah, no, and Dr.
Yeah.
Bloom takes great pride. She's our
Yes.
chief medical examiner. She takes great pride in reaching out to the
Yep.
families of deceased
Right.
and explaining to them
Yeah.
why this process takes a long time.
And I know it's very painful for her when they call and she can't give them an answer just yet. So, but when you're a professional, you want to be able to respond, and everybody understands that. So what I'm saying is I think that we definitely need to have more people. When do you think that the toxicology lab will be up and running? Because I know that when we talk about, even with Pennsylvania,
Well, I'm sorry, toxicology is up and running. Toxicology and chemistry, but
I'm
toxicology
sorry,
is
the
okay.
crime, I have it backwards, okay.
Toxicology is at the medical examiner's
Right.
office. They're up and
Yeah.
running for many years
Right.
now.
But-
Chemistry is up and running also, and we're holding on to the majority of the work.
Yeah.
It's just a specific section of the work
Yeah.
we've started to send out, like unusual drugs or things that require purity analysis, we're sending out.
But why don't we do that in-house?
Well, there are two reasons. One, some of the substances are so unusual, we'll always
Okay.
be utilizing some kind of
Okay.
contract with
All
NMS.
right.
Because it wouldn't make sense for the county to spend the money to keep those standards in place and, invest all that money and time for a case that might have a substance that shows up once a year.
Okay.
So we'll always outsource some of it. With respect to sending out a purity analysis on cocaine, we hope to take that in soon. But right now, we only have 10 analysts. One of them is out on maternity leave. She's the head of the division.
Okay.
She's wonderful. And we only have a very limited number of people that can do that quantitative purity analysis. So that person's getting overwhelmed, and we want to strategize. We don't want things to go awry. We want to recognize that there's an issue and deal with it accordingly.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then, when you were talking about, then I guess with the crime lab, establishing discipline for firearms and shell casings, how long is that process?
So that process has been developing. We have a supervisor in that discipline right now. He's our supervisor. He's our FS4. His name is Wes Krupp. He's very accomplished, and he is building his team and building this discipline from the ground up in conjunction with Dr. Buffalino. So right now, the staff in firearms consists of Mr. Krupp and also 2 forensic scientist trainees that were recently hired, one in October and one in December. Remember, the crime lab only opened its doors and had all the access to all this terrific equipment in July. So we've been moving at a very good pace considering when the facility opened. What we need to get right now is another supervisory person on board, which would be a person under Wes, an FS3. And the requirements for this title are so stringent that the quantity, the field of candidates for this position is so limited. We're calling other labs, we're calling ATF, we're calling the feds, we're calling the state police. We're saying, do you know anybody? Basically, this requires someone to have a bachelor's degree and at least 12 science credits, or a master's degree and at least 12 science credits. This is a comparative science, ballistics. You're not only determining the operability of a firearm, but you're comparing shell casings. when shell casings are fired through a gun, they have a unique marking left on them. It's just like a fingerprint. So you need people that are trained in this, and then they can tell you if shell casings match each other, if they were fired from the same gun, and they can also tell you if a gun is recovered, if that shell casing was fired from that particular gun. So it's a very specialized field. If we had an FS3 on board to work in conjunction with WES, and they'd be allowed to administratively and technically review each other's work, we could get to accreditation in about a year. We don't have that person on board. We have WES and 2 trainees who have to learn everything. So we're looking at 2 years with the current staffing. Again, we're doing everything we can. We have the posting on national websites, on a website for the Eastern Seaboard, and I've been in discussions with Civil Service to see if there's any flexibility in this title. But the title was adopted from the state, and it was adopted whole cloth, and that's what we have.
All right, so we probably need to look at New York State, maybe even amending the civil service title to make it easier for you. So I guess you're still looking, wow. So
We are still looking.
Wow. So it's going to be, so what do you do with the firearms now? Do you have to send them out to another lab, right?
So in the past, the state police was doing our operability. So if there was a gun recovered, they were firing the gun and determined that it was working. In the past few months, Nassau County Police Department has taken back operability, and they've been conducting those examinations. But with respect to microscopy, microscopic analysis of shell casings, again, it's a highly specialized field. We're moving toward science over just a law enforcement background, which had been the case in the past. So we're moving toward science. So right now, our shell casing analysis is outsourced to the state police in Albany.
Okay, and how long does that take then? I mean, because you have to get everything up there, and then, do we drive, we have to, I guess, we have offices that would then, to just keep an eye on evidence, I guess.
Correct.
You know, when so that they know it, so they have to go up to Albany, they could go up like maybe even 4 times a week, I guess, to be able to, I mean, you don't batch that and then go up like once a month or once a week,
No,
right?
but you would have to ask the police department how often they're making runs or
Okay.
how often the DA's office is requesting that
Yeah.
analysis. So I don't have those numbers to provide for you, but I know that that work is being brought up to the state police. And they have to accept it, it's just they're also backlogged.
Right. Thank you very much. I know Legislator Rhodes, do you still have questions?
Yeah, just a couple.
Thank you very much for telling us.
Thank you.
You've covered quite a bit of ground, Madam Chairwoman, so just a couple of fill-ins. You did a great job. You did a great job. I'm more concerned, at the moment about the fact that back in October, obviously, we conducted budget hearings. We're hearing now, as a result of criminal justice reform, the demands of criminal justice reform, and the new disclosure requirements, that there's a need for additional staffing, obviously, both within the ME's office and with respect to the crime lab specifically. We knew that this disaster was coming since April 1st of, appropriately, April Fool's Day of last year. In the budget analysis that was conducted, was there any analysis of the potential impacts of criminal justice reform and the new disclosure requirements, specifically with respect to the department's staffing needs, in anticipation of that for the 2020 year?
Yes, we definitely needed additional staffing. In general, as I said, we were opening a brand new facility too, and that staffing has come to us in increments. So we did make new hires in the field of firearms. We did make new hires in the field of chemistry. But again, I guess we're not the only department asking for money and staffing. So I guess it's being parsed out in that regard.
Well, you're also not the only department that has specific stringent timeframes that you now have to comply with that apparently in some instances you don't have the staff to be able to meet necessarily.
Yes, and in many regards, the science is the science. You can't rush the science. So this 15-day time limit was never practical.
Exactly. Incidentally, did anybody from the state prior to the passage of these reforms, did anybody from the state reach out to the ME's office, reach out to the crime lab to solicit any input as to whether or not the 15-day time frame was even realistic, even in a dreamland, to be able to meet for some of these tests that have to be conducted?
Not to my knowledge, but I will check with Dr. Buffalino just to see if it was raised at the Forensic Science Commission, if I may for a second.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you. I just consulted with Dr. Buffalino just to clarify that. He said none of the lab directors in New York State were invited to attend the legislative hearings prior to the rollout of this discovery reform legislation.
So the state legislature voted on it without any input from any of the
Laboratory directors. That's correct. And I wanted to clarify something earlier with the budgeted headcount with respect to staffing. As I said, we're in constant discussions about increased staffing. We are over our budgeted headcount for chemistry because we were budgeted for 10. We now have 12, and we are asking for more.
Well, you
Just
have
wanted to clarify that.
you have new demands and challenges that you have
Correct.
to meet, which we completely understand. In a realistic world, in an ideal world, how much time would you need, for example, to turn around a drug chemistry test?
On a seized drug case or one that's like a drugged driving case? Because one is like you find cocaine in the center console of a car, and
Right.
the other one is, someone
Right.
driving under the influence.
Right. So if you're doing, well, is that would that be considered to be toxicology?
Toxicology would be for the drugged driving
Right.
case, okay?
So with
And chemistry would be for the.
So with respect to the
drugs.
chemical composition of a substance
Yes.
and the identification of a substance, in an ideal world, is it possible to meet a 15-day time frame given the volume of work that your office has to do?
No, it is not possible. But in chemistry, I can give you basically our turnaround times. Our turnaround times right now are about 65 days in chemistry. So that's our seized drugs. For instance, fentanyl, heroin, cocaine in the center console of a car. That's for chemistry. And our turnaround time in toxicology, where if you had a drug analysis conducted for someone who was drugged driving under the influence of opioids, for instance, that would take about 80 days.
How much additional staff would you need to hire specifically with respect to drug chemistry, the actual?
So we're requesting 4 more analysts
Hold on,
in chemistry.
let me finish the question.
Okay.
To get it down to comply with the 15-day time frame of the state, how much staff would you estimate that you would have to hire?
I don't know that we could ever get it down to 15 days, but we are asking for 4 additional chemists and 2 additional toxicologists.
So the 4 additional staff that you're asking for, what do you anticipate the backlog will be reduced to, or the turnaround time would be reduced to with those 4 additional staff people?
Well, as an example, every lab operates with a backlog. So the numbers seem, any backlog might seem scary to a layperson, but every lab operates with some degree of a backlog. Ours has just increased steadily with the rollout of the discovery legislation.
And in theory, for as long as we continue to delay to hire these additional people, the backlog is going to continue to grow, I would assume, right?
Well, and if the number of requests continue to come in from the DA's office as they've been coming in. So right now, our current backlog is over 400, whereas at the end of September, it was 170. So it's a marked increase. So obviously, we'd like to get it back down toward that end.
With respect to the 4 additional staff people, what do you believe that the 4 additional staff people are going to be able to do?
Well, we'd like to hire additional chemists that have different levels of experience. We don't want to hire just brand-new trainees. If we can hire 1 or 2 that already have experience from a lab in a surrounding jurisdiction, that might be helpful to us.
But assuming that the levels of requests that you have in stay constant, which I don't know that we can safely make that assumption, but let's assume for the moment that the levels stay constant. If you have 4 additional staff people, you think the backlog, the turnaround time is going to be reduced from 65 days to what?
We'd like to get back to closer to 30. That's the turnaround time right now at the private accredited lab in Pennsylvania. Theirs is around 30 days. So we would like to be commensurate with what they're doing, and if we can. So that's, any additional resources would be beneficial to us as they would be to any department.
Now, with respect to toxic, the reason I'm asking these questions, and it has nothing to do with your department. You're doing the best you can with limited resources, facing new and sudden ridiculous challenges as a result of the deadlines that were established by the state. With respect specifically to toxicology, I know you said the backlog was 80 days at this point.
Yes.
Are there any requests for additional staff with respect to toxicology? And toxicology meaning, just so I'm correct in my terminology, which is the actual testing of an individual's, I guess, drug or level of drug or alcohol.
Impaired, and also post-mortem analysis.
Okay.
So 2 additional toxicologists would be beneficial.
Okay, and is that going to enable you to reduce the 80-day delay back to, is 30 still a target?
Not for toxicology. Toxicology is longer. They were at 50 days this time last year, and now they're at 80 days. So we'd like to reduce that time frame. Toxicology's, that drug analysis takes longer.
But still, under the law, we're required to turn over the toxicology results within 15 days, right? Any exculpatory information?
Oh, any exculpatory information has to be turned over immediately as soon as it becomes available.
Okay.
But, God bless you, but,
Bless you.
we'd have to turn it over as soon as we have it. So the lab is not in the control of the DA's office with respect to certain items that they're mandated to turn over. Like the police department is assumed to be under the control of the DA's office. The lab is its own entity. We could answer to defense attorneys just like we could answer to the DA's office. So we could turn it over as soon as possible. But if they don't have it within their 15-day time period, what happens is it could eat into their speedy trial time.
Well, they can request, I understand that they can request an extension, but that
Correct.
still eats into the speedy trial time.
Agreed, yes.
Okay.
I don't know that a judge would find it excludable. That would be up to the discretion of the judge presiding over the case.
But there's still a risk, obviously, right?
Yes.
So 50 days is the target for toxicology?
Yes, but I have Dr. Avella here. If you give me 1 second, I'll just consult with him so I make sure I'm accurate. Thank you. I just consulted with Dr. Avella from the toxicology lab. He said his goal would be a 45-day turnaround, but he also asked me to clarify, because we have been speaking primarily about drugs. The turnaround time on alcohol is much quicker. It's between 5 and 8 days on alcohol, just to clarify that.
Okay.
And with respect to the crime lab, Dr. Buffalino also asked me to clarify, there are some tests that can be done in a day, like identifying a substance, but that would be if there was a lesser workload.
Okay. Okay, understood. Now, with respect to latent, we have it listed as latent processing, but I guess that's print analysis, right?
Yes.
What are the time frames on print analysis?
The turnaround time for latent in January of 2019 was 37 days. The turnaround time in January of this year is 60 days.
Okay, and that's still subject to through the DA's office, that's still subject to the 15-day time limit, right?
I believe so, but again, I think the lab's not in the control of the DA's office.
Understood. Understood. By the way, do we know what the speedy trial deadline is for the state?
For a misdemeanor, it's 90 days, and for a felony, it's 6 months.
Okay.
And that's for an A misdemeanor. For a B misdemeanor, it's 60 days.
Okay, so in some of these timeframes, we're presently approaching the limit of speedy trial. So if you...
That I don't know. You'd have to speak to the DA's office about that.
Okay, and we will. We'll have a chance to do that on Thursday. But with respect to the latent processing, have there been any additional staff requirements?
In latents, I think we're asking for 1 additional staff member in latents.
And what's been the response from you? How long ago was that request made?
Oh, very recently. Very recently for latents, yeah. We've been in continuing discussions with the administration, OMB, and, balancing the budget. So there's been continual discussions about staffing and prioritizing what's needed.
And with respect to DNA analysis,
Yes.
what are the timeframes on DNA?
So DNA, the turnaround time in January of 2019 was 60 days. The turnaround time in January of this year is 112 days.
And what are the additional staffing requests with respect, that have been relayed to the administration with respect to DNA analysis?
I don't know if we've asked for anybody in DNA. I think it's become apparent in the past few months that we could benefit from additional staffing. Right now, we have 12 analysts in DNA. You had asked me before about staffing. We have 12 analysts in DNA, 10 in latent, and 10 in chemistry, and 2 more about to start in chemistry.
But to your knowledge, no one has been specifically requested for DNA?
No, I think we have a meeting coming up. I think we were requesting one. If you can give me 1 second.
Sure.
I think we were trying to hire in DNA. We were trying to replace people that had left previously. So I believe that's about 1 or 2, but I'd have to get you that information.
Okay. And specifically with respect to ballistics, I know you said that operability was taken back in-house, but the rest of it we send out to I forgot the name of the lab, but
State Police in
State
Albany.
Police? Okay.
Yeah, that's for microscopy.
And what do you anticipate the staffing needs being in ballistics if we were to take everything back in-house? Or even, are we even in a position to talk about that at this point?
We have to develop the protocols and get everything ready to seek accreditation. So we need our supervisory position filled to do that in a 1-year time frame, or we proceed with the team we have, and that'll take about 2 years. But we will be seeking an additional trainee in that field.
And with respect to record keeping, what are the needs of the department with respect to record keeping in order to comply with
We
the new requirements?
we were granted permission to hire an additional person for toxicology. That replaced someone who was leaving at the end of last year, so that was helpful, and we're seeking to hire that person now. The crime lab could benefit from an additional administrative staff member, and so could the ME's office.
Okay. Just, do you have a ballpark idea? Now, you know, the police commissioner during some of our previous discussions had indicated that criminal justice reform probably would cost the Nassau County Police Department somewhere in the realm of an additional $5 million for record keeping, additional staffing. Do we have an idea with respect to the ME's office and with respect to the crime lab specifically as to what the total dollar value figure would be with respect to the impact of criminal justice reform in terms of the needs of the department?
No, I would have to get that for you.
All right.
We're not broken down to a dollar value.
And has there been at this point one single comprehensive request to the administration for the additional staffing, or is this kind of being done piecemeal?
We've been in continuous talks with them for additional staffing, and they've been receptive, but we need more.
Okay. Why, if I can ask, why was this not? Does that mean my time's up? Why? Why? Obviously, between April 1st and September, when the county executives, to end of September, when the county executive's budget was presented, why wasn't this analysis done then?
Well, I think the analysis has been ongoing. You know, to reference April, the crime lab wasn't in their new facility even at that point. So they had to take stock. They had to move in July, take stock of their operations, figure out the workflow, and, you know, steadily we've been requesting and receiving staff.
And would it be helpful to your department to have someone from the administration come in to give us their plan with respect to how they plan on meeting the needs of your department to make sure that you can bring these timeframes down? Because ultimately, we don't want people walking out, we don't want evidence being excluded, and we don't want people getting off for crimes that they shouldn't, because of delays in the system that are beyond your control at this point.
Yeah, no, nobody wants that in the crime lab or the toxicology lab, but I defer to you on what might be needed further with other agencies or the administration, but we are working with them. I speak to everyone in the administration almost on a daily basis.
Now, have we covered everything? We have drug chemistry, ballistics, DNA, latent processing, forensic toxicology, and toxicology. Are there any other things that are processed by the crime lab or the ME's office that we haven't covered?
No, there will be additional disciplines that we will seek to establish once we establish our accreditation in firearms.
Okay. Has there been any consideration in the interim as to whether we're going to farm out any of these tasks or seek assistance from outside vendors to assist in us meeting the timeframes while we're getting up to speed with the new criminal justice reforms.
So over the past 10 years, we have availed ourselves of the kindness of labs in neighboring jurisdictions. They are now under their own time constraints, and they are dealing with their own cases. So we have utilized the assistance of Westchester in the past. We've utilized the assistance of Suffolk County. Again, they have their own burdens that they're confronted with at this point in time.
Are there any outside vendors that provide any of the services that the crime lab provides? Again, we want the goal of keeping everything in-house,
Yes.
but if the time frames are growing and we're running up against some tight deadlines, is there anyone that we can go to on the outside that might be able to provide assistance?
Right. So we're using NMS, which is an accredited lab in Pennsylvania for chemistry analysis. But again, we would have to use an accredited laboratory. So it's not, it wouldn't, I don't know that it would be acceptable to the DA. I don't think it would be to conduct analysis that wasn't done in an accredited laboratory.
And just in terms of additional I'm just curious, prior to the institution of criminal justice reforms on January 1st, what additional staffing was brought in by the department?
So we hired 2 trainees in the firearms discipline. The police department also worked with our federal law enforcement partners and got us the installation and access to the NIBIN system, which is a computer analysis of shell casings. So that was brought in. We also were able to hire additional chemistry trainees. We have 2 more of those people were brought in.
Yeah, 2 additional trainees?
In chemistry.
Okay. And with the request that had been made, has the administration given you any time frame as to when they expect to have a plan to us to be able to try and meet those needs?
Well, I think they're continuing to try to meet our needs as they give us, the ability to hire additional staffing. Once those people are in place, I'm sure we'll revisit it again. We continuously revisit what we need.
No, I understand, but from a budgetary standpoint, has there been any timetable that you've been given with respect to how we're going to adjust those, how we're going to address the new needs of your department?
Well, for this, up to this point, they've been very accommodating. Apparently, we're only budgeted for 10 in chemistry, and we've already gotten in 12. So they're not holding us to that. They're trying to work with us and create some flexibility, but I don't have any number projection for you.
Okay. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a silly question, okay? When you talk about the calibration, where you have to give 10 years' worth, considering that we have a new lab, all right, what if you don't have 10 years' worth of records on a particular piece of testing equipment?
Right, so there's 2 different things. There's 10 years' worth of proficiency tests,
Okay.
which is a scientist's tests. His or her ability to perform certain tasks in the
okay.
lab. So that's specific to a scientist.
Okay.
And with respect to the crime lab, I think we only have 5 years back, and that's what we're
That's what I thought,
providing.
yeah.
That's what we
Okay.
have.
All right, and that would be enough?
Right, the calibration, that is 6 months before and 6 months after with respect to toxicology. And there's also a shorter time frame before and after for the crime lab.
Perfect. And then when we talk about the labs, and I know that you rely upon whether or not Westchester and Suffolk County, which is under the same constraints, have you, and I know NMS is in Pennsylvania, have you looked to see perhaps if there are any other labs that would be able to do the testing that we need, especially with ballistics, that can, that are not under they don't have this new law, so they maybe don't have a backlog. They're not trying to keep everything done within 15 days or 30 days. Have we looked at any other type of labs that we could use till we get up to speed?
So that would require us to go outside the state, and we
Okay.
did in the past. We went to a lab in Texas
Wow.
for our firearms, but I understand there were some issues with that
Yeah.
lab and their scientists.
I remember
And-
that.
And we're doing, so we have been using NMS,
Yeah.
which is our closest accredited lab for chemistry analysis.
Okay.
But not for firearms. They don't do that.
All right, thank you very much. I don't
Thank
know
you.
if anyone else has any questions or anything? No. Thank you. It was very enlightening, and look to us for for assistance, all right? Because, you know, we'll ask, and I see somebody from the administration here, but we will be reaching out to the county executive to get a better understanding where we are with the hiring, what we're doing to get everybody up to speed, and how, hopefully, if any changes need to be made to get you the proper scientists, you know, hopefully we'll find somebody. You're doing a great job. We want you to continue doing so, and I thank your staff also as well.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us here today.
You're welcome. Take care. All right, we still have some more public safety. Okay. All right, I'm now going to call clerk. All right, public safety people, listen. Okay, you like that? Clerk item number 46-20 is a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code to require the Nassau County Police Department to prepare a quarterly crime report to the legislature and the county executive. May I have a motion? Moved by Legislator Mascarella, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. Okay, last year during the budget process for fiscal year 2020, and with insufficient public discourse, debate, and analysis, New York State amended its criminal procedure law to eliminate the eligibility of cash bail for misdemeanors and certain felonies. As a result, effective January 1st of this year, judges throughout the state, including Nassau County, who are privy to the facts surrounding criminal cases, as well as the criminal histories of defendants who appear before them, are now prohibited from exercising any discretion and must release defendants who are charged with certain crimes. Here are some examples of these crimes: sale of controlled substance, robbery, burglary, assault as a hate crime, promoting an obscene sexual performance by a child, criminally negligent homicide, stalking, and second-degree manslaughter. There are many more. It is only February, and local and national news outlets have regularly reported cases of defendants reoffending after being released to the public pursuant to New York State's cashless bail law. In fact, it is no longer surprising to hear or see a news story of this nature. As a result, clerk item number 46-20 was submitted so the legislature and the county executive can review and analyze certain data on a quarterly basis, so Nassau County residents are aware of the effects of the New York State's cashless bail law. These reports will provide a full picture of the law's impact. Specifically, the Nassau County Police Department must present the legislature and the county executive with a quarterly report with the following relating to misdemeanor and felony charges. 1, the number of defendants released without bail in Nassau County, the charges and description of the alleged crime. For these defendants released without bail, the number of bench warrants issued for failure to attend court, including description of crime alleged committed, and the number of crimes charged against defendants while released without bail, charges and description of crime committed while out on bail. Importantly, the report may not contain information that will identify a defendant, witness, or the victim. Public safety is a paramount concern to this legislature, and I am hopeful that my colleagues will support this important legislation. Are there any questions? No? Any public comment? I see none. Okay, all those in favor of passing this legislation? I just asked if they said. Nobody said. For the legislature, I asked. Okay, all right, I'm sorry. I didn't look well enough, all right? First Legislator Rhodes and then Legislator Bino. Legislator Bino.
So who would be answering questions on this item? You would? Okay. I was hoping that someone from the police department would be here. So I was hoping that someone from the police department would be here because I was just trying to understand whether they felt that they had the capabilities of gathering this information, because much of the information that we're requesting really comes out of the courts.
What we'll do is we'll note that because it is an obvious question and concern. So we'll make sure, because remember, this will go before the full ledge. So we'll ask the police department to be present to be able to answer. But in the meantime, we will write over to Commissioner Ryder and ask him. Okay?
Okay, and then a lot of times I know what we normally do is like a fine.
Seems Commissioner Ryder did indicate that they are capable of
capable of
providing
doing that?
this. Yeah. But we'll have them put it on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, I would need to, okay.
Hi, I spoke with Commissioner Ryder via email, and he said he has no issues with the legislation.
Okay, can we just get something from him in writing that indicates that this would not create an undue burden or a significant burden, and that he believes that the structure, there's a framework for this type of communication between him and the DA's office, and then also with the courts to be able to bring this information
Absolutely.
together quarterly? All right, thank you.
Legislator Rhodes. Okay. Anyone else? I'm looking before. It's full ledge. Okay, okay. Anyone else? Okay. Any public comment? Mr. Budnick.
Excuse me. John Joseph Budnick, 122 Von Hohenfeld Street. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the county legislature. During the period 1980-1990s, this data was provided to the Board of Supervisors on a regular basis. Somehow, that didn't continue to happen. I would like to note that the Nassau County Police Department, to my personal knowledge, has what is called a court liaison unit that consists of dozens of officers who collect all the data from all the courtrooms in district and county and Supreme Court where criminal cases occur, and those are usually in the hands of the police commissioner within 48 hours thereafter. So yes, this is doable. Somebody just has to focus upon it. My highest compliments to you for proceeding with this. It is something that needs to be made available to the public. I must also most respectfully request that all of the members of this legislature consider contacting the members of the New York State Senate and Assembly, particularly those who voted for the quote-unquote criminal reform acts, and suggesting to them that there are severe problems that they have created just because they didn't seem to research what was needed. Also, I must bring one additional serious problem to the attention of this legislature. As of approximately April or May of last year, when the state legislature eliminated the provisions in the New York State penal law involving the death of newborns, okay, they left an unintended consequence. Currently, it's, pardon my language, open season for pregnant women in New York.
Sir, we're talking, I appreciate your comments, but right now we are talking about...
This is a specific comment, and the comment is that Nassau County and this committee needs to consider a law to protect pregnant women, because those protections of pregnant women in New York State Penal Law Article 125 were all repealed as to pregnancy and unborn children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. All right. All those in favor of passing this item, please signify by saying aye. Okay. Any opposed? All right. The item passes unanimously. Okay. As there is no other items before us, work before us, so, okay, move to adjourn by Legislator Muscarella, seconded by Legislator Ferretti. All those in favor? We're adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
I'd like to call the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee to order. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, ma'am. Legislator Carrier Solage. Legislator Sheila Bino. Ranking Member Arnold Drucker. Legislator Denise Ford. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Vice Chairman Thomas McKevitt. Here. Chairwoman Laura Schaefer. We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so we have an addendum on today. It's ordinance number 43-20, clerk item number 40. I need a motion to suspend the rules. So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Bino. All in favor? Aye. Aye, okay. Motion passes. Okay. So again, this is clerk item 43-20. It's an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and authorizing the County Executive of the County of Nassau to accept on behalf of the County of Nassau an offer of purchase from 3915 Austin Boulevard Owners, LLC, of certain real property located in Island Park, Town of Hempstead, County of Nassau, State of New York. Said real property known as Section 43, Block 183, Lots 1 to 10 and 32 to 41, on the land and tax map of the County of Nassau, and authorizing the county executive to execute a deed, contract of sale, and all ancillary documents in connection therewith to consummate this sale. Okay. Can I have a motion? Okay. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ford. Hi. Who do we have?
Good afternoon, legislators. I'm Patrick Gallagher. I'm representing the Department of Real Estate Services in this transaction, which is for the sale of a property located in Island Park for residential development with an affordable housing component.
Thank you. Where exactly is it, Mr. Gallagher?
It's
Like, what is it? What was it in place there before?
The Long Beach Motor Inn was there before it.
Okay. Okay. And the development is going to consist of what?
Of 18 to 22 rental units.
Okay. Okay. And how many stories?
It's going to be 2 stories.
Okay, great. Any other legislators have questions? Okay. Legislator Bino?
Good day. How are you, sir?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good, good. All right. So I have some questions about this transaction. The proposed sales price is?
$1.15 million.
1.1.
$1,150,000.
Okay. And again, you said it's about 18 to 22 units.
Yes.
Okay. And could you tell me what was the basis for arriving at the proposed sales price?
Well, we did an RFP, and we got an appraisal that matches that price for this type of a residential development with an affordability component to it.
Okay. And so there was no appraisal done on the property?
Yes, there was an appraisal done.
And the appraised value came in at what?
At $1,150,000.
And when was that appraisal completed?
I believe it was January 9th, 2020.
January 9th,
Yes,
2020.
yes.
Was that before or after the price was negotiated?
It would have been after the price was negotiated, I believe.
Say again?
It was, I believe it was after.
So we negotiated the price, and then we got an appraisal. Okay. And then, so I guess I'm a little, what's baffling me about how this proposed sales price is because this same property was a part of an earlier, I should say, a part of an item from last year that came before the legislature. And in that particular item, it was proposed that the value of that property was tied to a $3.5 million settlement.
Well, I believe that that was in a condemnation proceeding, and I believe that was $3 million based on litigation where the property owner had it appraised at around at $10 million, and we had an appraisal at about $700,000, and it was based on highest and best use and not as residential development.
So because it was under condemnation and because there was a best use, it was valued lower at $700,000?
No, it was valued, the $3 million condemnation price was a settlement of the condemnation litigation between the property owner and the county, where there were two appraisals. One was around $10 million and one was around $700,000. So, and it was also based on the property's highest and best use.
Highest and best use. Okay. And so I still, and I understand what you're telling me, but I'm still having a hard time getting between the gap of a $10 million appraisal, a $700,000 appraisal, a $3.5 million settlement using that same property, and now we're at a proposed sales price of, let's just say, 1.2 or 1.5 million. It just seems like we're almost giving this property away.
Well, the property may have had greater value if it wasn't used for residential development.
But in fact, the settlement was for it to be used for residential.
I don't believe it was. I think it was based on highest and best use.
But we know that
believe what that's what
the purpose of it was to construct 92 units on that property.
I don't.
As I'm talking about the. We're talking about two different things here. I think I'm talking about the specific item that came through the legislature last year regarding the settlement.
Mahaney?
Yes.
Okay, Mahaney.
Mahaney.
Okay.
Yes, and it was 92 units, and they were all going to be affordable. And now, and we were looking at this settlement, being valued at like 3.5, and now we're saying we're going to enter into a contract for sale based on a response to an RFP for 1.1 million, let's say, and we're only going to get 18 to 20 units yielding out of that development, and of that, 20% of those, I believe, are set aside for affordable housing?
Yes, 20% of the units are being set aside for affordable housing.
Okay. When we had 92 units previously under the settlement for affordable housing at that site.
I wasn't involved in that other litigation, so I'm not familiar with what the property was appraised at in that litigation, but the sales price for this use is supported by an appraisal.
Okay. And so, can you tell me, who issued that RFP? The administration did, correct?
That is the Department of Real Estate Services.
Okay. And then, did the Planning Commission at all play a role in this whole process?
Yes, they did. They approved the release of the property.
They approved the release of the property?
Yes.
Did they play any other role?
No.
Okay. Did they see the RFP? Were they a part of the RFP process at all?
This is Kevin Walsh, the Office of Real Estate Services. Actually, I made the proposal myself to the Planning Commission. The typical practice in our department is when we're serious about issuing a release of property as part of the secret process, we introduce it both to the Open Space Committee and the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission actually supported this, recommending it go to the legislature, approved it for release, as Patrick mentioned, and also we did state on the record, and the Planning Commission was very supportive of the fact that we were going to require, as part of the RP, a component of the RP to require a component of affordable housing, which the contract now that's been consummated, well, if the legislature approves it, will require that they comply with the affordable housing for a 30-year restrictive period, which is, I guess, kind of typical for a project like this, and to be compliant with the model zoning of 20% affordability. So at least 20% of the units will be affordable.
Okay, and so back to the Planning Commission for just 1 minute. Will they approve, will they play a role in looking at this contract?
When the developers go for a change of zone, they'll get a zoning referral pursuant to 239M of the general municipal law. So they'll see, they'll have a chance to weigh in on the specifics of the development at that point and make a recommendation to the town board.
And so that happens after the legislature would approve this? Shouldn't it come before?
Yes, they go for.
Shouldn't the Planning Commission weigh in on this?
Well, they did.
Prior to?
They weighed in on the disposition of the property.
But at that time, there was no, the RFP was still out. Am I right? It was still.
Yes, they make a recommendation concerning the general disposition of the property. So they were familiar with the fact that this was going to be redeveloped as residential rental units with an affordable housing component.
But they didn't have any idea as to how many units was going to be proposed, or even, obviously they don't get involved in the price to that extent, but they didn't really have all of the facts when they made the approval for the disposition of the land. And then the Planning Commission will come, after this body then would make a decision, and it's, providing that there's enough votes to support it, it moves forward, and then the Planning Commission weighs in, but the legislature wouldn't have any, we wouldn't benefit from having any understanding of how the Planning Commission felt about the transaction.
Well, like I said, they're going to weigh in when they go for a change of zone. It's generally the Planning Commission just approves the general release of the property.
Okay.
Which
So
they did back in 2017.
So I guess my disappointment in this is that, we had an opportunity to have a better opportunity to integrate different styles and models of housing throughout Nassau County, an opportunity to create 92 affordable units there, and now we're looking at an opportunity only for 18 to 22 units, which only 20% of those units will be affordable. And I would say, this is really, we had an opportunity to do something substantial there, and I feel like at this point the county is actually reducing the impact and really the best use of that property by having not used it as part of a settlement, and then to yield those 92 units, but now to only create a handful of affordable units. I just don't see, at a price, to me, that's substantially less than what it was valued at in a settlement last year. So I'm at a loss as to how we got here.
Like I said, I wasn't involved in the settlement negotiations or that litigation, so I can't really speak to that.
So I'm going to close by saying that when we talk about, when we look at what Newsday uncovered in terms of housing discrimination in this region, and we look at how we settled that last Mahaney lawsuit and how we're now going to propose using that same property that was part of that settlement, that, again, you know, we always like to we're pointing our fingers at private industry, we're pointing our fingers at the real estate market, but we don't look at what role government plays in not working toward integrating affordable housing through all communities. And so for that reason, on the record right now, I'm going to tell you that I'm going to vote no to this transaction. I think it's really a real, I think we've really taken a step backwards on this. I think that if we had used this property as intended in the original deal, that we would have been doing something substantial. I think it would have been an opportunity to really bring affordable housing into a substantial amount of affordable housing, and now it's from 92, we're at 6. And so for that, I can't support it. And I think that we as a county are going to have to start looking at how we're using our land and what the real benefit of developing on those lands and how we really want to write history on these issues. Thank you.
Chairman.
Legislator Drucker.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just to continue with Legislator Bino's very, very important comments, it is rather embarrassing that out of 8, let's just say rounded off that there are going to be 20 units and 4%, so you have 4 units that are going to be affordable. Is that the right math here? 4 out of the 20?
Approximately.
That's embarrassing. It really is. I mean, 4 out of 20 compared to what we could have had there. But getting back to the process involved, you stated that you did the appraisal after you started the negotiations. Is that correct?
Actually, the appraisal, there had been several appraisals done. We did a final appraisal to confirm, because there had been a time frame from when the RFP had been issued to the time the contract was done. So we updated, we had an appraisal for more, probably, I don't recall the exact number, maybe 1.5, 1.6 million. Well, keep in mind, this property was literally destroyed in Sandy. It's FEMA. It's in a FEMA flood zone, so it presents a lot of challenge on the type of development that can happen there in terms of size and what it will support. The ground level can't actually be living space. The ground level has to be like parking, storage, that kind of use. And when we had gotten a final proposal after several proposals, we decided to update our appraisal. And just to correct a little bit what Pat said before, actually the purchase price came in at, our purchase price in the contract's $1,150,000. The updated appraisal we just got in early January valued about $55,000 a unit for 20 units for an approximate yield of $1,100,000. So we're in the ballpark, we're in the range.
Right, but when you first started, when you first were accepting the proposals, you didn't have an idea yet. You were basing it on an appraisal maybe from 2016. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that's not current. That wasn't current, but yet you were entertaining proposals on a property that could have been worth a lot more. I mean, after the fact now, just coincidentally, it comes in at exactly the selling price. But,
well, not exactly, but in the ballpark.
Yeah, well, closer than in the ballpark. It's like really close. And yet, can you elaborate on the cost to rehabilitate this property was 4 times what you're selling it for?
You know, it is. I can't speak to.
$4,253,000 to rehabilitate the building that you're selling for 1.1, 1.15.
I mean, that factors in the purchase price, a significant cost under new standards for any builder developer to build anything, especially housing.
Do you have
on
that?
A property like this.
Do you have that estimate in writing for the $4.253 million?
staff summary.
The cost of rehabilitation.
You getting that information from the appraisal we submitted?
It says here that the estimated cost to rehabilitate the existing building is approximately $4.253 million. I'd like to see that.
Is that in the staff summary? We have that then.
And you have that. Can you provide that to us?
Where are you seeing that? Because we're not,
It's in our summary.
it's in the staff summary?
Yeah. According to the county's appraiser, the estimated cost to rehabilitate the existing building is approximately $4,253,000. Am I reading? Pete, am I reading that correctly, Pete? Yeah, just locating the page, right?
Yeah, make sure they copied it already.
That's not in the staff summary. I don't know where he's getting that.
Council to show it to us, and we'll look at that. We'll get the information on the cost. We'll take a look. We'll look, check back on that. I didn't see that in our staff summary, but I know it's a significant cost. That number seems to me, it's a high number, but I know significant cost.
All right, my last question is the reversion process. So if they fail to meet their benchmark requirement on the 20% for affordable housing, the property reverts back to the county?
Yes, that is true.
And how long does that reversion process in existence for?
It goes for 30 years.
So for 30 years, they're under that reversion process?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Is there any sort of money held in escrow or anything like that, or it's just a matter of a process that has to be undertaken by the county to get it back? And how is it monitored over the course of the 30 years?
Well, it's monitored by, they have to provide Nassau County OCD on an annual basis. The paperwork that shows that they're in compliance. So every year they have to show that to the Nassau.
So there has to be some paper trail every year about that, whether they're in
Yes.
compliance or not?
Yes, and the Nassau County OCD's got the right to go and inspect the premises too.
All right, I'm okay. I'm done.
Thank you. Legislator Ford.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I want to thank you very much for your due diligence on helping to get this project to where it is right now, which I believe will benefit the residents in Island Park who so sorely need it. I know that when we look at this, the purchase price and what we're selling it for, but there's been a long history with this building long before Sandy destroyed it. It was a place that housed families, but which wasn't as bad, except for the fact that a lot of times there were sexual predators that were also found their way into that building. We had a lot of issues, a lot of concerns for the residents down in that area. I think that this building, the way that it's going to be built and renovated, I guess, will fit right in with what the community needs, that it's not going to be added stories, added density. We have a school district that is facing challenges right now with the proposed LIPA settlement, where they're going to see the residents' taxes go up by 50%. They are looking at the possibility of losing some families, and or they wouldn't be able to take in a lot more children had this been a much larger development. I just have some questions, and hopefully you will be able to answer them. When do you think we'll be able to see the design and the scope of what this project is going to look like?
I'm going to introduce Kathleen Deegan-Dixon, who's the attorney for the developer, who could probably give better answers to that question.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Deegan-Dixon.
I'm a partner in the law firm of Frichelli, Deegan, Tirana at 333 Earl Ovington Boulevard in Uniondale. I represent the purchaser of the property and who will be the developer of the property. The expectation is that once the contract is signed, my client will engage the architects and engineers to start moving forward with the design, which should take anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks to complete.
Perfect. And will there be any, I know that some of the concerns may be with the traffic coming onto Austin Boulevard, or there may be hopefully a way of having the residents who then, if they have cars, be able to exit out a different exit or whatever. Have they looked at this as
Yes.
a possibility?
So the expectation is that the entrance on the side street to the rear, what is the name of that? Jamaica Avenue or Jamaica Street will be closed, and then the all-access will be off of Austin Boulevard. So that will be a benefit to those residents in the rear.
Considering that, would you consider having, like, maybe looking to County DPW to get permission to put in a traffic signal that may allow the cars to exit or the pedestrians to be able to cross over Austin Boulevard to the shopping that is across the street, as well as the bus that would be on Long Beach Road?
So Nassau County DPW will have jurisdiction over this because Austin Boulevard is a county road, so we'll have to go through a full 239F review process with them. And I'm sure if there is a warrant if there's a traffic light warranted, I'm sure that your traffic department, DPW's traffic department will recommend it.
And you're aware that we're going to be starting reconstruction of Austin Boulevard this coming spring?
I was not aware.
Okay, but we'll work with you on that. We'll let you know. From what I understand, are you, or maybe you could let me know, will the owner be seeking any sort of a pilot, or will this be privately funded?
It will be privately funded.
And I understand, is this a woman-owned business?
Yes, 100% woman-owned business.
All right, thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for all your hard work on this. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments or discussion from the legislators? Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this item?
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there being none, all in favor of passing clerk item number 43-20, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so it passes 4-3. Thank you. We have a motion to close the hearing. So moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. Okay, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Hearing is now closed. Okay, Public Works is next.
Okay, Public Works and Parks Committee. I am here. Vice Chairman Gaylor. Laura Schaefer. James Kennedy. Ranking Member Silabino. Arnold Drucker. Carrier Solage is here. We have, I believe, one item. That is item 39 of 2020, a resolution supporting the establishment of easement upon and under certain county parklands for the purpose of constructing, operating, maintaining, and repairing a subsurface sewer system in connection with the Bay Park Conveyance Project. Motion, please. Moved by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Mr. Drucker. The item is before us.
Good afternoon, legislators. As you described, this is, Jane Hodak, Nassau County Department of Public Works. I apologize. Good afternoon, members of the Public Works Committee. As you described, this is a resolution that demonstrates the local support for the governor's executive budget bill, and in that executive budget bill, it identifies park parcels that need easements for purposes of fulfilling the county's obligations under the Bay Park Agreement. These parcels include primarily easements for the force main, which are subsurface, and those are permanent, as well as construction easements for the shafts, which are temporary. At when these easements are actually valued, there'll be commensurate improvements to the parks based upon the value of those easements.
And we require this because it's considered an alienation of affection, an alienation.
A parkland
of
alienation,
affection.
that's
Pretty good.
That's correct. I know parkland alienation sounds like it should be like a Six Flags ride or something like that,
Right.
but no, it's just a process by which we acquire easements.
Okay, do we have any questions? No questions? Any public comments? Hearing none, all those in favor of moving this item, please say aye. Any opposed? The item is carried, and I believe
Thank you.
that's it. A motion to adjourn by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Solage. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. What is it? Health is next.
I'd like to call the Health Committee to order and ask the clerk to please take the roll.
Thank you, Madam. Legislator Joshua Lafazan, Legislator Arnold Drucker, Ranking Member Delia DeRiggi-Whitten, not present. Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III, Legislator Laura Schaefer, Vice Chairman James Kennedy, Chairwoman Rose Marie Walker.
Here.
We have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you. And before we begin, since we have two addendums, I'm going to ask for a motion to suspend the rules by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. All in favor of suspending the rules, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. All right. The first, let's see. Just give me 1 second. Okay, so we will do the first three clerk items. Clerk item 31-20, it is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Health. 32-20 is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation in connection with the Department of Health. And the first addendum is, item is clerk 47-20, which is an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Department of Health. And we have Mary Ellen Lorraine here. Oh, wait, first I need a motion, right? By Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Drucker.
Good afternoon, Mary Ellen Lorraine, Department of Health. Item 31-20 is a supplemental appropriation. It's in the amount of $302,000. It's for our immunization action plan grant. This is funded through New York State Department of Health, and its mission is to protect from vaccine-preventable illnesses.
Any questions or comments on that? Legislator Drucker?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mary Ellen, just one quick question. It says that the grant promotes complete immunization by age 2 for 90% of all children in the county. Just curious, why is it not 100%?
That's the benchmark set by this New York State Department of Health, and the reason, I believe, is because of the premise of herd immunity. More people who are vaccinated, the more likely there'll be herd immunity, because especially through vaccination. And that's, we don't set that, it's set by the State Health Department.
But do you expect that it could be more than 90%, or?
We know from our school-age vaccination rates that we have a very high vaccination rate. It's close to 98%, I believe.
That's what I'm, okay.
Yes.
That's the data that you have.
That's the data that we collect with the state, and we do school surveys to determine vaccination rates and target our outreach if needed.
Okay, I just wanted to make it clear. So the 90% is just a benchmark?
It's a benchmark set by the state.
Thank you, Mary Ellen.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, clerk, item 32-20.
32-20 is a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $490,000. It's for our sexual transmitted disease intervention grant. It is also funded through New York State Department of Health.
Any questions or comments from the legislators? Okay, and clerk, item 47-20.
47-20 is a supplemental appropriation. It's for our bathing beach water quality monitoring and notification program. That's in the amount of $55,355. That's also funded through New York State Department of Health.
Any questions or comments regarding that? And I look forward to you giving us those reports on the bathing beaches.
A couple months.
Yeah, they can't come soon enough. Okay, there's no other questions or comments. We'll vote on those three first. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, then they will move on to finance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have two additional items on the agenda. The first is clerk item 46-20, which is a local law to amend the Nassau County Administrative Code to require the Nassau County Police Department to prepare a quarterly crime report to the legislature and county executive.
What are you doing? You're done.
That wasn't, oh, that, you know what? I agree. Wasn't there another? I'm sorry. Here's the other health.
You actually did it already. You did it. You did
Oh, I did all three of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then I'm giving us more work to do. That is, we are, all our discussion is finished. Going to have motion to adjourn by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Laffersan. All in favor of adjourning, signify by saying aye. All right, we are adjourned.
Members of the Finance Committee, please join us. Vinnie's here, Tom's here, Rose is here. Okay. Mr. Muscarella, Mr. McKevitt, Ms. Walker, Ms. Birnbaum, Mr. Drucker, and Mr. Lafazan. I'm here. We have a quorum. Okay, I'm going to call some consent items. These items have been agreed upon between the majority and minority and do not require further discussion.
31.
So, number one, first is 31 of 20, 32, 37, 38. Before we do those consent items, I'm going to take a motion to suspend the rules made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Drucker. All those in favor of suspending the rules? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So let me go back and say those consent items once again because we're going to have a motion on that. That's 31, 32, 37, 38, and on the addendum, 47 and 48. Motion is made by Mr. Muscarella, seconded by Mr. Lafazan. All those in favor of these items? Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, those items pass unanimously. Now, following the format that we had in rules, I'm going to read the rest of the items. We'll have a motion on that. Then we'll have discussion by the legislators on each item, followed by any public comment on those items specifically. So, number 29 is a warrant directing the treasurer to pay supervisors of various items, mortgage tax. Number 33 is a resolution authorizing a grant agreement with the through the Department of Parks, Recreation Museums. Number 36 is supplemental to the appropriation with Office of Management and Budget. Number 42 is authorizing the Agricultural Society of Queens to use the fairgrounds at Old Bethpage Village as fairgrounds for 5 years, starting in 2026. Number 44 authorizes the transfer of various appropriations. On the addendum, number 43 makes certain determinations about SECRA with respect to an offer of purchase for 3915 Austin Boulevard in Island Park. 45 is a resolution to accept a gift from VFW of Garden City. 49 is a transfer of appropriations. 50 is a supplemental appropriation, as is 51. Motion on those items is made by Mrs. Walker and seconded by Ms. Birnbaum. Okay? To the items specifically. Number 29 is it's a warrant directing various transfers of mortgage tax, the components of mortgage tax to the various towns and villages in accordance with the state law. Any questions on that one? Any discussion on that one? That's a rather routine thing. Okay, thank you. Number 33 is a grant agreement acting on behalf of the Department of Parks and Long Island Arts Alliance. Do we have anyone to speak on that one? Department of Parks, anyone here? No? Yes.
Good afternoon, Tori Queso, Department of Parks. 3320 is a hotel motel tax grant agreement with the Long Island Arts Alliance in the amount of $25,000 to be used to support programming and also offsetting the direct and indirect marketing initiatives of their Long Island Arts Map and Art Management Forums in the Long Island Arts Alliance website.
Thank you. Are there any questions or discussions from legislators? Ms. Birnbaum.
I believe this was the item that the Office of the Inspector General looked into.
Yes. And we're going to request, as a matter of fact, thank you, we're going to request that between now and the full legislature, when we vote on this item, you provide.
Yep, absolutely. We got clarification this morning. It just didn't get here yet.
Okay. Oh, you don't have it physically here yet. Okay.
Yes, not physically, but we got the clarification from them.
Okay, so you'll provide it to, I guess, council.
Yep.
On majority minority.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Anything else? Anyone else? Okay. Number 36. I'm sorry. 36 is supplemental with Office of Management and Budget.
Good afternoon. Andy Persick, Office of Management and Budget. Item 36-20 is year 3 of the Harrell Herring Expansion Grant in the amount of $2,639,094.38.
.38.
.38.
Okay, good. Any questions or discussion on this item from legislators? Thank you. Thanks, Andy. You have any others?
Well, I got substituted in for a few. 44-20.
Why don't we go ahead and let you do that?
Okay. This is just a transfer of appropriations for the DA's office in the amount of $18,000 between the general expenses and the contractual services line.
Thanks. Any questions on that one? Okay. Is that it?
Nope.
Nope. Go on. Go, please.
49-20, which is another transfer of appropriations in the Department of Social Services. For the SNAP program, they're transferring money from the contractual services line to the equipment line and the DD line. The total amount of the transfer in the aggregate is $29,600.
Okay. Any questions on that? Okay.
50-20.
Please.
This is Distribution 9 for the ILS grant program. It's in the amount of $1,075,462. It's for years 1 and 2. This and item 51 are just recurring grant that we get from the ILS, New York State ILS, that appropriates money to cover certain expenses in both legal aid and 18B.
Got it. Any questions on 50 or 51? Okay. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
All right. So going back to, let's see, what are we up to here? 30. Nope. I guess we're up to 42. Okay. 42 is the, okay, and here you are. Yes. So why don't you go ahead and tell us about this Old Bethpage Village project, please?
So 4220 is, so the Agricultural Society of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk County has applied for and been awarded 4 grants through the Agricultural Fairgrounds Infrastructure Improvement Program from New York State Department of Agriculture and Markets. Each was for $96,153 for a total of $384,612. $384,612.
Bit of a difference there, yeah.
And the grant requires, so you have 5 years to use the money, and then the grant requires that the fairgrounds be in use as fairgrounds for an additional 5 years. So this is a resolution.
So when you say be use as fairgrounds, what does that mean?
So the Agricultural Society has been our partner with sponsoring and organizing and hosting the Long Island Fair at OBVR. And these grants are for the purpose of renovation and improvement of the fairgrounds where these fairs are held. The Long Island Fair held at OBVR is the only New York State sanctioned agricultural fair held in Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk.
So the money is going to be spent over the next several years, 5 years, but then they are obligated, even though it's a county property, how long do they get to control it?
They don't, it's not control, it's still under county control, but they get use of the exhibition hall for the fair itself.
But in other words, how long is the agreement for them to have this use?
So the most recent grant is for the 2019-2020 budget year. So you have 5 years to use that money, and then in addition, you need the 5 years after that to.
So this is not actually. See, that I was a little bit puzzled here by the wording. It requires. Okay, it actually allows them to use it.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. All right. Anyone else? Ms. Walker.
Okay, so up till now, they never had any grants or anything like that. They just did whatever they did, and this is the first of its kind coming to us. I mean, I don't remember us voting on something like this before.
I'm not 100% sure of that. I can double check before the next meeting. But in terms of this specific type of grant, it requires that the municipality that they're partnered with to formally allow them to use the space for an additional 5 years. So that's why this resolution has.
Okay, so they would then, whatever this grant, they take this grant money and they would somehow, it would help them with the fair?
They're using it for window repairs, siding, rehab, and painting the outside of the exhibition hall, which is also known as the barn. So that building they use for the fair. So they're going to be improving it, making improvements to it.
Okay, now, is that the barn that's like down that road by itself? Where people can rent it for weddings and stuff?
Yes.
Okay, so they're going to spend that money using that, doing things there in OBV, Obethpage Village.
Yes.
And then, because they are doing those repairs, it would give them another 5 years of running the fair and continuing to do whatever events they do
Using
there.
that particular space, yes.
Okay, all right. Do we pay them to run the fair?
There is, I believe, ticket sales that the county collects and then gets to the Agricultural Society from the Long Island Fair. But I believe that is the method of payment, but most of what they do is volunteer-based, and they raise their own funds.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Birnbaum.
Okay, so I saw that it doesn't require matching funds from the county, right?
Does not, nope.
But does it cost the county anything to host this fair, and do we make any money as a result of having it there?
I would say yes and yes. I just don't know for sure, amounts.
Is it a
and
net
how much.
positive? Do we come out ahead by having it there?
Yes, I believe so. Because the Agricultural Society, we have staff that assists them, but they're really the ones who are sponsoring it and helping us organize it and promote it as well.
Could you sort of give us an idea next time how much Nassau County gets as a result of having this fair there? I mean, I just was wondering as a cost benefit. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, and you,
Yeah, I think I'm just actually following up on Legislator Birnbaum indicated beforehand that I was under the impression the way the fair worked is that essentially all the logistics, you had the parking, you had made the events there. I was under the understanding was done by the Parks Department, and then what the Agricultural Society did was using the exhibition hall that's building about, I would say about 35 years age or so, where they do have the large events. That pretty much what they had done was done the various contests. I know there are agricultural contests. I think there's some art contests and some baking in that instance, and that was part of it. But again, I was not under the impression that they decided actually received revenue from it. So I think just following up with my colleagues on the other side, I think we'd just like to have an understanding on the relationship on the fair, because again, my understanding is that, dealing with the commissioner, when those couple weeks hit, when the Long Island Fair is taking place, that I know takes up great resources from your department because it's a very large event. So I'm just curious as to how those revenues are split and what the responsibilities are between the County Parks Department and the Agricultural Society as this continues.
and that was really part of my question also, but I would like to know, like, what profit do we get from that fair? I mean, it's something that people look forward to for years and years and years. I mean, I remember going there many, many years ago, and, other generations have continued to go there. So I just like to know how it benefits us. Not that I'm looking to not have it, but I'd like to know where what is the benefit to us financially as a county?
Sure.
Okay, so you'll get those to us as well before the final? Okay. Are we done? Okay, good. Okay, thank you. No, you have to wait until we're done with all of them, and then you can come up and have your say on whatever items. You'll have your 3 minutes. That's the way we're running things now. Sure. Okay, number 45, resolution to accept a gift from, excuse me, the VFW, Post 325 of Garden City, to the Nassau County Veterans Service Agency. We've already moved those. We've already moved all of them, but thank you. Katie? Go ahead.
Good evening, Katie Horst from the County Executive's Office. This resolution is to accept two vehicle donations from the Garden City VFW. The one vehicle is a Ford Explorer SUV, and the second is a Dodge wheelchair minivan. Total cost is $77,312.
Okay. Any questions, any discussion? Ms. Walker?
Not really any kind of questions or anything, but the total cost of those two vehicles is 70, what did you say, 70?
$77,312.
Right, which is a gift really to
From
our
the
veterans.
VFW.
From the VFW, which is just very, very kind and generous of them. So I just would like to go on record that, you know, really on behalf of all of us, it's a very, very kind gift, and thank you to the Garden City VFW, and I know that our veteran services will put those vehicles to very, very good use.
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay, good, thank you. We'll go back. I skipped 143, which is making certain SECRA determinations concerning a purchase of, from the county of 3915 Austin Boulevard. And we're going to incorporate by reference the testimony on, with regard to this purchase that was done by before the Planning Commission. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay. They already did. You already spoke about it on another committee. Does anyone here need to hear more about this? This is a great project. Meaning? You want to separate? Okay, I understand. Okay, Kevin, you're off the hook. Thanks. Okay. So now we're up to, let's see, we have two more items here. We have a supplemental appropriation for the Department of Health.
You voted on these already.
Did we?
Yeah, during the consent.
Those were on consent?
Yeah.
Those were on consent. Never mind, we don't have those. We have, I guess, oh yes, number 49 is a transfer of appropriate, no, did we do that too? We did those already too. Okay, good. We're ready to vote. We're going to, actually, public comment. Mr. Budnick. You like our new system, Mr. Budnick?
John Joseph Budnick.
Yeah.
122 Von Huenfeld Street, Massapequa Park. With regard to the Long Island Fair item, I would most respectfully suggest that the county legislature look into, both at this event and other large public events that the county does, such as over at Eisenhower Park during the summertime, making certain that there is representation from the Holocaust Museum, as well as the Departments of Drug and Alcohol, or the police department, for the benefit of our citizens and for the law and order within our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Any other public comment? Okay, hearing none, we're going to vote. First, I'm going to call 4320 separately, and that is the Austin Boulevard project. All those in favor of this item? Aye. Those opposed? So the item passes 4-3. And now all of the other items that we've called, all those in favor of those items? Aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, those items all pass unanimously. There's a motion to adjourn made by Mr. McKevitt, seconded by Mr. Lafazan. All those in favor of adjournment? Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned. And I guess we're back to rules.
Delia still here? Yeah, okay. All right. We're going to call the Rules Committee at a recess. We need a motion to suspend the rules, moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Bino. We have a number of items that went through committees earlier. It's been agreed with. There's no further debate or discussion on those items now. All right. So on a motion to suspend rules, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Rules are suspended. Again, that we have a number of items that went through committees earlier, and it's been agreed that there's no requirement for further debate or discussion in these committees at this time, this committee. Item 29, 20, item 31, 32, 33, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42, and 44, and then on the addendum, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. Any debate or discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 26 of 2020, a resolution amending Resolution 208 of 2019 to authorize the Nassau County Department of Public Works to establish, implement, and administer the Nassau County Reimbursement Program for the installation of smart sprinkler systems. Moved by Legislator Bino. Moved by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. I think just a small change to this, right?
Yes, just a small change to this item to transfer the responsibility for administration to the Department of Consumer Affairs as opposed to the Department of Public Works.
Okay. Any debate or discussion? Public comment? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 28 is a resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement between the county, acting on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation and Museums, and the Agricultural Society of Queens, Nassau, and Suffolk, Inc., and the Nassau Parks Conservancy, Inc. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Schaefer.
Tori Kesa with the Department of Parks. So this is a formalization of an agreement with the Agricultural Society with the county for the assistance in developing, promoting programming, and supporting various activities at Old Bethpage Village Restoration. Since 1842, the Agricultural Society has been sponsoring the Long Island Fair and has been working with the county at OBVR for the past, I believe, 40 years to hold that. This will allow them to develop and implement other various activities at OBVR, including athletic events, festivals, theater events, concerts, fireworks, special events, et cetera, in the pursuit of the mission of both the county, but also the Agricultural Society's mission, which is to encourage improvement of agriculture, horticulture, and the mechanical arts.
Now, I think we were all aware that they ran the Long Island Fair, but I wasn't aware that they were that involved with the rest of the operation of Old Bethpage.
They have been assisting in ways to support the Long Island Fair, and this will allow them to support for for OBVR overall.
Is this a financial arrangement also, or simply?
No, they raise their own funds in the agreement.
Does the county audit their fundraising and how they administer those funds?
Since this is a new agreement, I'm not sure that we have done that, but I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, I would like to hear that. I mean, there's been issues in the past with volunteer groups that have run Nassau County's parks.
Understood.
Specifically with respect to how them, keeping track of the money they were raising, how they were spending it, and things of that nature. So maybe between now and the full legislature, you can provide us with the information as to how this is going to work going forward?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, we have Rhodes and Schaefer.
Hi, how you doing, Kate? Who handles, well, why don't you tell me first, what exactly are they going to be doing? Like, what role will they have in doing some of these activities?
Providing support to the park location itself and the employees there in, as described, administrative and professional, having administrative and professional services to assist the county in holding these events and doing programming and doing the promotion of the programming and the creation of it and the implementation of it.
Okay. And is there someone else who does that now? Are there another group that assists them, or?
Not currently another group. We do have staff at OBVR who work on the programming.
So when you say assist them with the programming, like what? Come up with ideas for things to do? Or are they going to be putting together advertising materials? Just trying to understand exactly like what their role will be.
Yes.
Just
above all of the above, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah, they will be working to increase the programming and also increase the participation and the park attendance.
Okay. And they have a long term, is that right? We're giving them like 30?
Yeah, 30 years upon execution.
And why so long?
I believe that is consistent with most of our MOAs with groups that, like these types of friends groups and conservancies.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'm a little confused as to why. I certainly understand friends groups do a tremendous job, particularly at facilities where particularly locations where we don't have an existing presence. But Old Bethpage Village Restoration is, we have full-time staff that is staffed at Old Bethpage Village Restoration. Why do we need an outside group to come in?
I believe their missions match up in promoting agriculture and crafts, fairs, and those types of events, and also having continuous programming and programming that is and the marketing to do such requires extra assistance, I would say.
Do we not have the staff and the expertise to be able to do this ourselves? I mean, is that ultimately what the problem is?
I would say that, like a lot of departments, we take all of the help and expertise that we can get from people who are experts in their specific fields.
But well, what are the expertise of the
Agricultural Society?
Agricultural Society. In terms of running programming, of doing programming and events.
Well, the Long Island Fair is their, number one, I would say, event and experience. But they also do educational programming, and they offer scholarships to people who are interested in getting involved in the agricultural world. So they have been offering those other types of programming as well.
Okay, so have they given any concrete examples of what other types of programming they're planning on running over at Old Bethpage?
Concrete examples? I can ask. I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe that they there's discussion of improving the gift shop to make it a little bit more attractive and interesting. So I know that I think has been mentioned.
Planning on reopening the cafeteria? Are they planning on, like, what are the concrete? I know a little bit about that park because I still play the old-fashioned baseball there.
Mm-hmm.
So do we know any of what it is that they actually, other than the gift shop, do we know anything that they actually want to do there?
I can ask, and I will get a list for you.
Yeah, if you don't mind, because I'm just concerned too about, all of a sudden we're all of a sudden we're jumping into a 30-year arrangement. And are they acting in an advisory capacity? Are they going to be acting in an operating capacity? Like, what's who calls
The
the
county
shots?
will still be in charge of overseeing and operating OBVR.
And will we be retracting any of our staff from OBVR if you now have this Friends group who's now going to essentially take over park operations?
Do not believe so, but I will confirm that, but I don't believe so.
All right, if you can get us those answers before, I don't know what the intention of the committee is, but if you can get us those answers.
I would suggest we move it along.
Yeah.
It still has to go to full legislature on the 24th.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just
Let's
have-
go to
Hi, Tori, I just have one more question. Do you know how this relationship or the idea to do this came about? Did they, I mean, I know they're involved over there already. Did they come to us? Did we go to them? Do you have any idea?
The actual origin, I am not sure, but I'll
If
put
there's
together a
any-
really nice memo for everybody about the Agricultural Society.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
You guys have any questions? All right, thank you. Any public comment? Hearing none. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Item 34 of 2020, a resolution directing the Nassau County Assessment Review Commission to extend the deadline to file an application for correction of an assessment. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Schaefer.
Good evening, Katie Horst from the County Executive's Office. I just wanted to let you know that the County Executive spoke with the Assessment Review Commission, and they have agreed to extend the grace period till April 2nd.
Okay, thank you. It looks like we're on the same page. Any questions, comments? Hearing none. Any public comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. We have two items left on the rules, on the addendum. The first is item 43, an ordinance making certain determinations pursuant to SECRA and authorizing the county executive to accept on behalf of the county an offer of purchase from 3915 Austin Boulevard Owners, LLC. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. We had debate and discussion in two committees. We'll ask that those be incorporated by reference. I don't know if anyone want to make any further comments at this time or no. I think we're good, gentlemen. We had the presentation. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Good evening. Thanks. Hearing no further debate or discussion, any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Okay, passes by a vote of 4-2. Last but not least is item 52 is a resolution to confirm the county executive's appointment of Donald Clavin to the Long Island Regional Planning Council. Moved by Legislator Schaefer, seconded by Legislator Bino. Any debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. The minority leader makes a motion to adjourn. Seconded by the Deputy Presiding Officer. All in favor of adjourning signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries unanimously. We're adjourned.